just a bull when you get behind him, he doesn't disappoint either. I think there's two bulls that really complement each other. At this time, we'll select your calf champion, and that'll be the older bull will be your calf champion. We'll pull in that bull at second place in that class.
So over here on the mini Hereford side, I guess I just hope what I'd say about this heifer and this young lady showing her, I hope this is indicative of what we're going to see all day, because that is one powerful way to start your show out. This is a little October baby. I'll tell you about her attributes that I think are outstanding. She's tremendous off that back wheel. She's got good flex to her hock. She's long pastern. She's good footed. Those front feet go north and south. Really, really good in her top line. She's a heifer, in my opinion. If we can keep her fresh enough in the top of her crest and going forward of her shoulder, that is a really, really nice heifer. That young lady does an outstanding job showing her. Awesome way to start this show. It makes it easy when you got one that good to look at.
And out of Class 1A over here in your miniature Hereford show, first place to go to back number 401, Addison Poe with Poe Miss Mighty Sky 2. Now in the ring will be Class 1B, Fall Junior Heifer Calves.
Out in this class of gray Brahman bulls, I mean, three good bulls from top to bottom. You could do either what you wanted to, depending on judging. I like all three of these bulls, but I think a bull that really comes to the top when you look at the overwhelming of natural muscle and thickness and the structure he's got is going to be the bull that wins the class. You like his substance of bone. He's big-footed. He's got a good hump placement about him. Just a neat-made individual when we look at him. You come to the bull in second place, another good bull, strong in that top. He's got some substance about him and style. I think he's lacking when you get back in him and look at that lower hind quarter. He doesn't quite drop down that lower 1/3 like the bull that wins the class, but two powerful bulls. The black bull that pulls up, he has his place. If you're looking for a breeding bull to do something different with, I like this bull. He's got some length of side about him. He's got some depth of body about him when we see him. He's strong in that top, but today he's just giving up some overall structure of the bulls in front of him, but a good breeding piece, a good bulls from top to bottom.
Well, over here in your Brahman ring, we have the results of your calf division. Your champion calf is going to go to back number 281, Walters Livestock with BRC, Miss Jumanji 67. And reserve champion in the calf division is going to go to back number 286. 286 was exhibited by Bullseye Ranch with Mr. BER Roosevelt 706. Results on of Class 26 over here in your gray Brahman Bull Show. First place goes to back number 294, Joyce Custom Fitters with Mr. Bar D MN Ghost Rider. Second place went to back number 267, Avonlea Nietzsche with Mr. Manso Sank 15/9. And third place will go to back number 264, J&L Cattle Services with Mr. MCC Pulled Smoke 14/9. We'll now be selecting your champion and reserve champion intermediate division.
we've got a really nice trio of heifers. We've got a September baby and a couple August. I'm gonna start with the combination heifer in this class. There's certainly some different types and kinds in this class. I'm gonna project this heifer out as being really good as we go forward with this heifer. I love her elongated front end. I like the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. She's really good footed. She's a heifer. When I view her at the ground, she wins this class quite handily. Quite honestly, she's big footed, pretty much straight north and south on those fronts. I love the angle to her hock. I love when we put her in motion how sound she is, and I want to project these cattle out as we go forward with them and make them into big cattle. So yes, she doesn't have quite as much performance. She's a little greener in her overall condition. Love her from hooks to pins. Really nice heifer. She is the combination heifer of the trio in my opinion. The big muscled heifer is my second place heifer. She's a heifer that has a tremendous amount of top and a tremendous amount of hip. Now in my world, I'd like to set her up in her pins just ever so slightly. Young man, and my daughter Lauren is with me today. She's not actually helping place the cattle, but I wanted her to be here. I figured we'd see a lot of young kids today, and maybe she could coach a little bit and help their project going forward. This heifer here, the fact that she gets a little down in her pins, I'd like to see that young man maybe put that top down when he parks her and level that up a little bit. She isn't quite as comfortable at the ground as the heifer that beats her in this class. The young lady coming out now with the baby September heifer, really a good heifer. She's really good in her lines. When she gets her park, she gets a little straighter in the angle of her front shoulder. She gets a little close at the knee and a little out on that front end. I like the way she goes off those back too. Just a really nice trio of heifers. Even though there was only three, none of them really matched up in type and kind, but really good in their own kind.
Over in our Brahman ring, we'll discuss these singles and we'll select your intermediate division. Our first class of singles, the youngest class, a bull that comes to us. He's a bull that's got some good lines about him. When you look at him, he's a bull you might want to see more muscle and thickness when we compare him to some of the other bulls out here. You come to the bull in the middle, a big, soggy bull that you see, a bull that's got some depth of body and barrel about him. When you look at him, he's really got a neat head, neck, and placement about that hump when you see him today, and stands on a good set of feet and legs. You come to the next bull in the lineup, the older bull that we just discussed. He was a bull that took that class just with his overall volume and capacity that he has. He's a bull that's very structurally sound when you see him on the move. And for me today, he'll be your division champion.
Your division champion over here in your intermediate division will go to back number 294, exhibited by Joyce Custom Fitters. Second place out of that class goes to back number 267.
We bring in at second place another bull that's a big volumed individual bull. You just might want to put that front end under him just a bit more when you see him on the move. For me today, a bull that really fits the division champion is going to be the bull in the middle. He'll be your reserve division.
And your reserve champion bull over here in your intermediate division is going to go to back number 287, exhibited by Bullseye Ranch with Mr. B.R. Jefferson, 664. Now in ring 2, we'll bring in Class 28 Gray Late Junior Yearling Bulls, born March 1st through March 31st. Back on your mini Hereford ring, we have the results of Class 1B. First place went to back number 405, Hunter Harris, with M and JG Kate, 820. Second place went to back number 404, exhibited by Hudson Harris, with HSC Keels Coco, 090120. And third place in that class will go to back number 404, Claire Christensen, with CX3 Champs Cupcake. Now over here in ring 1, we have Class 1C, your final class before we select our champion reserve Fall Junior Heifer Calves.
So again, folks, I'll probably sound a little bit redundant in that talking about what a nice class it is, and this is no exception here. We've got an outstanding heifer to start this class with. She's got all the lines. She's real fresh and feminine up through her front 1/3, really good through the center part of her body. Love when they put this heifer in motion. Today, anyway, as a young baby, she flexes that hock good enough. She goes, she fills her stride. Now going forward, if we can keep that hock fluid enough and keep her reaching like she does today, that's an outstanding heifer to be represented in this class. I think the angle to her shoulder, coming from the top of her shoulder to the ground, is just a tick straight. That's being critical of a really, really nice one. This young lady does an awesome job. Congratulations. Very good job. The heifer in second. She doesn't give up a lot of ground to the heifer that beats her in this class. She's really elongated in her hip. She's level in her hip. She's a heifer that reaches good off that back wheel. She's real extended up through her front. I don't think she's quite as good carrying back into her flank. I'd like to see a little more true explosion there. And I know we're looking at babies, but as I compare her to the heifer that beats her, I think I have to mention that to justify why she goes second instead of first. She doesn't give up a lot of ground to that heifer. That's an outstanding heifer. Front feet go north and south. She's a big-footed heifer. She's long past her. Nice heifer. The heifer that comes in third, she's just a tick shorter-bodied heifer than the two that precede her in this class. She shortens up in her hip just ever so slightly, but that's good cattle. I like the explosion to her rib. I like the way she drops down in her belly. She's a heifer, like I said, she just short couples up just a little more to get her any higher today. And when we put her in motion, I'd like to see her a little more truly relaxed at the ground. She gets just a little tentative as she gets out and goes, wants to get up on those ankles. If I could drop her down in her twist just ever so slightly, I'd probably take that opportunity. This young lady, the longer she's out here, the better job she did. I want her to probably work a little harder keeping that head up to give me a little better look. And I'm not scolding anybody. I guess the fact that I do fitting clinics and stuff, I like to try and make the next outing for these kids. As a parent, what I would like to see you do is readjust that halter on that heifer. It's down around her nose a little, and that makes that heifer fight her a little. So maybe get that halter, but young lady did an awesome job.
Over in our Brahman bull side, I think the bull we're starting with is a bull that puts everything in one package in this class. He's the most complete bull when you look at him. He's the most structurally sound bull when we look at him today. He's strong in that top when you see the balance he brings to you. You like the natural muscle and thickness he brings to us in this class of bulls. I just think he puts it all together as far as structure and as far as movement around the ring. The bull that comes to us is really a big, massive boned individual bull. You like when you see him on a standstill. I think when you see him start to move, he kind of wants to open up in that front end just a bit and get out on that front end when you see him. But you like the bone he brings to you. You like the overall muscle and thickness he has. The bull that comes to us in third place is really a good line bull. He's got some good lines about him. He's a bull today I just like to break down in that flank and give him some more volume and mass like the other bulls above him. The largest frame bull in the class today, a bull you like to just change up on his structure on his feet when you look at him and drop him down and give him a little more mass and dimension throughout in this class.
Well, we have the results from our Brahman ring, Class 28. First place went to back number 296, Leah Tribido. Second went to back number 266, J&L Cattle Services. Third place exhibited by V8 Ranch. And fourth place exhibited by Bullseye Ranch. We are now going to be selecting your champion and reserve out of your junior division over here in your Gray Brahman show.
So over here on our mini side, the little lady that comes in a single entry class, as I talked to her in class, and I meant it when I said it, that is an outstanding heifer. She's a heifer that's really good in her lines. She's good and she's stout from hooks to pins and still shows some performance as she goes forward. Good enough through the center part of her body. I love the running gear under this heifer. She excels the other heifers in this drive. If you want a single trait on running gear, she's got that part covered really well. My concern for this heifer going forward, and I hope for the young lady's sake that I'm wrong, if we can keep her fresh enough up through her front 1/3. She's just a little crestier necked, and I'm just calling them as I see them. If anyone thinks I'm being overly critical, I guess I'll take that option when you're on the drive home. If you think I'm being a little critical, I'm not trying to be critical. I just want you to know to justify how I'm placing them the way the eyes God gave me, what I'm seeing. So I love her running gear. I love her overall look. Just a really good heifer. If we can keep her her fresh enough up through that front 1/3 for the rest of her career, that's a really, really good heifer. The young man that comes out of the second class, as I talked to her in class, she was the combination heifer in that class. So it was 3 heifers in that class, 3 different types and kinds to be sure, and I admit that going in. Big-footed, soft pastern, just a really, really nice heifer. If I could pull her down in her flank just ever so slightly, and young man, I want you to keep that head a little. I can tell you're strong, so I want you to keep that head up, okay? Okay, and then the young lady that comes out with this really sharp, attractive heifer that comes out of the third class, just really, really attractive. A heifer that shows really good, a heifer that's really feminine and long, elongated up through her front 1/3, really good in her top line, good from hooks to pins. As I stated in class, this heifer here, she gets just ever so slightly a little tight in her hock, but it's certainly not enough. She reaches her stride going forward. I guess I would say 2 things. As I commented about the heifer out of the first class, if we can keep that neck fresh enough going forward, that one's going to have a stellar show career. And the one that comes out of the third class, if we can keep that heifer going on her running gear good enough, I think that's one outstanding pair. If you'll indulge me, I'm going to walk these 3 one more time, and then we'll make our selection.
Over in your Brahman ring, we have 2 bulls out here. We'll discuss each bull and select your junior reserve. We go with the youngest bull, like we just talked. He was a bull that was a combination in that class. He put everything together as far as structure and balance and style in that class when we looked at him, and he came out to win that class. Then we come with the single entry bull, a bull that you really appreciate the width and dimension down that loin he brings to us. He's a bull that's really a deep-bodied bull with some balance and style and a lot of breed character about him. We sit back and analyze these 2 bulls. I think there's a lot of good qualities in each, but one bull really takes this division for me, and I do appreciate what he brings to us as far as breed character and his overall hump placement that he has. And it's going to be the older bull be your grand, the younger bull be your reserve.
Well, congratulations over here in your gray Brahman ring. Your champion junior bull is going to go to back number 255, exhibited by V8 Ranch, and reserve champion will go to back number 291, Leah Thibodeau. Now over here in your Brahman ring, we're going to bring in class 31 gray aged summer bulls, May 1st through August 31st, 2018. Well, congratulations over here in your miniature Hereford ring. Your champion fall junior heifer calf will go to back number 401, Addison Poe. And reserve champion will go to back number 408, Brooke Fuss. Now in the ring will be class 2A summer junior heifer calves born May 1st through June 30th.
In this pair of bulls, I think we have two different types of bulls out in this lineup. We're going to start the class off with a bull you have to appreciate for what he brings to you as far as overall extension of spine. He's a bull that's got some length to him. He's got some length from his hooks to his pins. He's a bull that just really, when you appreciate what he brings to you, his overall style and balance. The other bull that comes to us, a bull that doesn't quite have the overall length. You just like to pull him out a bit more, make him a little cleaner for that dewlap. He gets a little heavier in that front end today to compete with the bull that wins the class.
Well, congratulations over here in your Brahman ring. Class 31, first place is going to go to back number 268. Avonlea Nietzsche with Box R, Mr. CC 154 over 8. In second place, we'll go to back number 302, Mauricio Rodriguez with FH Mr. Steel 818. Now we're here in your Brahman ring will be Class 32 Gray Age Spring Bulls, calved January 1st through April 30th, 2018.
A good trio of gray Ramen bulls that we have out. I think the bull that starts the class is really a tremendous bull when you look at him. He's strong in that top line, got the length from his hooks to his pins, good hump placement, a lot of breed character when you look at him. And when you talk about the standard of excellence, you see it in that bull when you see the pigmentation and the power he brings. The bull in second place, a good deep-bodied individual when you see him. He's a bull just doesn't quite have the overall style and balance of the bull that's winning the class today. He's a bull you appreciate what he brings to you as far as hind quarter and depth. The Red Bull that's coming up in the third place in the class today is a bull that's modern in his overall kind, just doesn't quite have the overall length and extension, but a bull that's got a lot of red meat in him from end to end.
So we got a really nice class of 3 here, and with that being said, the heifer that wins this class, many attributes that she brings to the table that I think are outstanding. Love her overall body mass, the shape to her barrel. She's a heifer that's flat enough in her shoulder for the power she possesses. She's big-footed, she's long pasture, and she's real sound. I love her reach. Now, my concern for her and the second place heifer as we go forward at the, their younger heifers is if we can keep them fresh enough in their front 1/3. We got a little chest starting to accumulate on both these heifers. I'd like to freshen both these heifers up in the crest of their neck. But what separates her from the second place heifer, at least in my mind, while I admire all those things about her, is she's so good from her hooks to her pins. There's so much true mass there. She's massive. She's got a lot of product under the hide, but she's still feminine. If we can trim her up, maybe slow her down just a little, she's getting a little more mature in her overall condition, maybe than what I think's optimum at this stage of the game. But man, she brings so many good things to the table, and in my mind anyway, she has to win this class quite handily. The young man with a really good heifer that comes in second. What gets you in trouble as far as going first in this class class. You got a really good heifer, young man, and you're doing a better job of holding that head up, because I remember you from the last class, and you're doing better. At any rate, what gets you in a little trouble to try to beat the heifer that beats you, you're equally as good from your loin forward. I love your rib shape, your rib depth, okay? You're both got a little more chest than maybe I think's desirable, but what the separating factors on your heifer and the heifer that beats you are from hooks to pins. I wish there was more true power there. Your heifer gets a little narrow in her pins and a little down in her pins, okay? Now, let me tell you what I think is absolutely awesome about your heifer. She's huge-footed, she's long-pastern, she's really good in her stride, she's good and flexible at her ankles. You got you a really, really good heifer. I just want you to understand why I put you in second instead of first, okay? The young man with the heifer that comes out in third. A heifer that got in some pretty deep water in this class. She's a heifer as I view her. This heifer's got a tremendous amount of true muscle shape in her top and out in her hip. If I can change her to get her up higher today, I got to soften her up in her body. I want her to drop down in her flank. I want to give her a little more true explosion in her rib and a little more depth of body. And then I want to pick her up in her pin set. But she's sound, she's good enough and feminine up through her front 1/3. All three of these cattle shared a commonality, and they're really big-footed, sound-footed kind of cattle, and I appreciate that about any breed of cattle. Really nice heifer. I got to soften her up just a little to get her any higher in this class of 3.
Over in our Gray Brahman ring, we're going for senior champion bull. We'll discuss these bulls and we'll select your senior reserve. We come out with a single entry, a nice bull that comes to us. Is modern, is top in kind. He's a bull that's got some length and style about him when we see him. He's long from his hooks to his pins when we look at him, and just a good bull when we see him and what he brings to us out here for senior champion. Then we come to the bull in the middle that we just discussed. He's a long-bodied bull in that class. He's a bull that's got some depth of side about him. He's a neat-fronted individual when we get to see him on the standpoint. And the bull we just talked about that was in the last class, a bull that comes to us strong in that loin. He's got the pigmentation you like. He's a bull that's really easy on his top and kind, and when you see him on the move, very functional throughout when we see him about that, and just brings a lot of quality out here when we see him as far as breed character and overall performance. And for me today, the older bull is going to be your senior champion.
Well, congratulations. Your champion senior bull is going to go to V8 Ranch with Mr. V8 322/8. Second place out of that class also exhibited by V8 Ranch. And your reserve champion senior bull is going to go to back number 250, Bethlehem Bishop, with IS Mr. Weeks 137. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We will now bring in all of your champion and reserve Brahman bulls to select a grand and reserve gray Brahman bull.
So in this class of May heifers, for the benefit of those of you in the stand watching, we decided to just leave them here since we've only got a pair of them. We wanted to have you get a better view of what we got to look at. We're going to leave this pair of heifers as they came to us. The heifer that starts, both these heifers got a lot of inner dimension. You know, when I talk about that, we're going to want to keep them feminine, but I do appreciate cattle that got some true dimension and shape to them. We certainly don't want them to look terminal, and we don't want them to look steery, if you will. But this heifer's got a lot going for her. She's got a lot of power in her top. She's good out in her hip. She's a real good boned heifer. Where she separates from the second place heifer, in my opinion, as I view them against each other, that's to take nothing away from this young man's heifer in second. They're just not as much true heifer there. She's a heifer that's not quite as tidy down in her throat latch as the heifer that goes first in this class. Maybe gives up a little bone work. And again, when we talk about bone, I don't want to go overboard on bone. I mean, if you go overboard on bone, I think you get to the point where you end up with some joint problems. So I'm not certainly calling her fine bone. I'm just comparing her to the heifer that beats her in this class. Really nice pair of May heifers to represent that age group.
Well, congratulations over here in your miniature Hereford ring, Class 2B. First place goes to back number 415, exhibited by Harley Holman, and second place went to Will Tucker. Back in Class 2A, the results: first place were Addison Poe, second exhibited by Hudson Harris, and third exhibited by Sutton Stelzer.
over in our Gray Brahman ring. We wrap up our show today, and I just want to thank a big thank you for the Oklahoma Cattlemen's Congress for inviting the Brahman breed to come exhibit here. I think it's been a unique experience. It's really been a neat show, and we appreciate, as far as the Brahman Association, for our invitation. With Fort Worth being canceled this year, and that was my open show to judge, and the show committee said, hey, we're going to put you in Oklahoma City, and it's indeed been a joy, and I really thank you, and just the invitation to come up and the hospitality. Y'all been wonderful to it, and I know the breeders appreciate it. We come back and look at the cattle that we have out here. I think 4 tremendous bulls. When you go out and judge cattle, a lot of y'all are judges. You go out and you pick the best ones, and the ones you would take to utilize in your herd. And I think out here you have those. They're cattle with a lot of substance of bone. They're the cattle that show breed character, and that's one thing we have to keep in our breed. And we have to remember performance, and I think we have that out here with these cattle from the reds and grays earlier today, and the heifer and the red bull show. But at this time, we're not going to talk each one. We've done talked to every one of them, but there is every bull out here you could take home with you, but there are 2 bulls that really stick in my mind, and I appreciate. At this time, we'll select your grand reserve again. Thank all of y'all that were involved with the Oklahoma Cattlemen's Congress. Thank Joe Mass for all your help, and Morgan Thomas back there, our other boss in the Brahman Association. Thank both of you for all you do. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. Your grand champion, Gray Brahman Bull, here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Goes back number 253, exhibited by V8 Ranch with Mr. V8 322-8.
So this heifer puts me in the mind of how we started the morning out in a single entry, and a darn good one at that. Just really, really complete. Soft enough in the middle part of her body. She lays nice and feminine in her shoulder. She extends nice out through her front end. She's not the biggest footed heifer that I've seen come out here today, but she's got a real nice constructed foot. She's a heifer, and I'm not going to lie to you. Whenever these cattle fight a halter like this heifer's fighting, you can't tell exactly, so I'm going to admit that to you. I want to see her back out here with some of her peers and see when she's following other cattle how she does at the ground. Lauren and I visited about that a little bit, and I'm curious to see when she wants to go and be a show heifer, how she goes at the ground. But man, there's a lot of attributes about this heifer you gotta love. She's nice-headed, flat-shouldered, extends, comes out high out of the point of her shoulder. She's good and level in her top. That's really, really a nice heifer you got there, young man. Really good heifer.
Well, your reserve champion, Gray Brahman Bull, over here in ring 2 was exhibited by Joyce Custom Fitters with Mr. Bar D, MN Ghost Rider. Once again, congratulations to all of our Brahman exhibitors. We are going to get started over here in ring 2 in just a few minutes with our open Brayford show. Back over here in your miniature Hereford ring, we have the results out of Class 2C Summer Junior Heifer Calves. First place was exhibited by Colt Berkheimer with FSC Minnie Mouse 001HET. We are now going to select your champion reserve Summer Junior Heifer Calves.
So just quickly, we'll talk about these 3 heifers, the respective class winners. The deep red heifer that comes out of the first class, same thing as she comes back out here. What I really admire about this heifer is her power from hooks to pins, and she's still feminine. She's real good through the center of her body. Got some rib shape, some real dimension and depth to her side. Heifer that lays pretty good through the flatness of her shoulder going forward and keeps her quite feminine for the power she possesses behind it. Big-footed kind of heifer. Same thing as I talked to her in class. She causes me a little concern for her maturity for her age, and she gets a little cresty in the top part of her neck. I'm just thinking in terms of, yeah, standing here today, she looks awesome, and she may be awesome as a big heifer. My concern, we show the Herefords, we show the big Herefords, and if that was my daughter out here showing a Hereford, and I was watching her show, my concern at sidelines would be, can we keep that heifer fresh enough for the longevity of her show career? Love a lot of things about that heifer. The little wavier haired heifer, and I only say that not to point it out, just that you can see what I see. A lot of times when you get that wavy hair, those cattle don't look quite as fresh. I think she's certainly fresh. She's got some tremendous bone work under her. She's a heifer with a lot of product. Probably doesn't carry down into her flank quite as good as the heifers on either side of her, but just really good. I admire her bone work, her footwork, and the inner mass that she possesses, and still does that with a high degree of femininity. And then the heifer that comes out in the single class, as I talked to her in class, like the heifer that started our show day out, this heifer is just really complete. She's fresh, she lays flat in her shoulder. She's a heifer that extends up nice through her front end. She's a good topped heifer, really good through the center part of her body. As I compare her to some heifers that come out here today, she's not quite as big a footed as some of the cattle that I've seen today, and I'd like to change that about her, but I like the shape to her foot. She doesn't roll on the outside wall as she goes away. She goes straight north and south. So she's got a really healthy foot. Not gonna lie to you, in a perfect world, I'd like to put a little different foot underneath of that heifer as far as its overall size. I think you got three really, really nice heifers. They're a little different in type and kind. I'll show you the one I like.
Well, congratulations, your champion Summer Junior Heifer Calf, exhibited by back number 576, Colt Berkheimer, and reserve champion that division will go to back number 414, Addison Poe. Now over here in ring one, we'll start with Class 3A, Spring Junior Heifer Calves, born April 1st through April 30th. We are going to get ready to start our Brayford show over here in ring two. First class in your Brayford show will be Class 1 Brayford Summer Heifer Calves, born May 1st and after.
So this is a group of heifers. This is undoubtedly the toughest class to sort since we've started this morning, simply because there's so many shape. There's 4 different shapes and kinds here to be sure. So the heifer, having said that, the heifer that wins, though, in my opinion, she wins so quite handily. She's beautiful through the center part of her body. She's a heifer that's good enough up through her front 1/3. I'd like to change her in the lower part of her shoulder. She gets just a little bolder than what I think is optimum there, but I love when you get behind her, she has some true feminine hit shape. I mean, she's got stoutness, but she's not round or terminal. I would like to change the outside wall on the back foot on this heifer. She wants to roll over as we go forward. If we can keep that heifer's mobility the way it should be, that one should be fun. The young lady's heifer that comes out in second, while she gives up a little performance in this class, she's the tidiest made heifer in this class. She lays flat in her shoulders. She extends nice and feminine out through her front 1/3, like the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. When this heifer wants to get out and roll, she sets down on that pastern really good. She flexes her hock good. Does she give up a little performance? Yes. Would I like to change that? Yes, I would. I'd like to give her a little more performance, but I love, as far as the ones made from her poll to her tailhead, she's as good as any heifer in this class. Then we get down to a pair of heifers here, the young man with the heifer here in second. And if you've been watching from the start, this young man's working his tail off. I don't know his name, don't know anything about him, but I asked him early in the day, I said, in order to present your cattle better, I want you to hold their heads a little higher. He's certainly not lazy. He's keeping those heads up. And with this heifer, let me tell you why it's important to keep her head up. She's a little staler in the top part of her crest, okay? And so with that, with the higher you hold her head like you're doing right now, the better that front 1/3 looks on your heifer, okay? She's good enough in the center part of her body. I don't think she carries back into her flank quite as well as the 2 heifers that precede her in this class. So I'd like to give her a little more true rib shape, and then I'd like to change her from hooks to pins just ever so slightly. Maybe if I could moderate the way that tail head sits in her back. Love the footwork on this heifer. That's a really outstanding heifer, and I'm proud of you, young man, the way you're sticking in the game. The young lady with the really nice heifer, I told Lauren when these heifers come in, I really like this heifer, and I still really like her. She gets a little flatter in her rib. I want to pull her down in her flank ever so slightly, and then if I'm going to get her any higher, I want to widen her in her pins. I want to just make more heifer under the hide. She's big-footed. She's soft pasturing, got a lot of strong attributes going forward. There may be a day coming forward next summer where you approach me and say, sir, you put me 4th in class, and I just won my class. I hope that day's coming. She's got a ways to go. I want to pull her down in her side and make her a little more robust in the middle part of her body. Really nice class of 4 heifers. They were heifers that were certainly a little harder to put together in terms of types and kinds. One other thing I would else I would address, I've always been really conscious of this when I judge a cattle show, and that's simply this. Whenever I get someone with a piece of paper in their hand, I never look at the paper. So if anyone's in there saying, oh, he's looking for a name, or forget that. I don't care who's leading them. And only information I want when these heifers come in is what their age is and what the age spread is.
Well, congratulations in Class 3A over here in your miniature Hereford ring. First place will go to back number 423, Kaysen Pledger with KLD Tango 040HET. Second place into back number 422, Lakin Howard. Third place, back number 575, Hunter Harris. And back number 421 will be 4th, Samantha Tucker. Now in the ring will be Class 3B, junior heifer calves born April 1st through April 30th.
Again, in this pair of heifers, we just thought for the benefit of the people watching, and since there was only two, the ring helps pretty good here. They're bringing them in the order that I think they need to be placed. This heifer here that wins this class, just really admire this heifer through the center of her body. Really good from hooks to pins. Good and flat in that shoulder, extends nice out through that front end. Good angles to her hock, good angles to her pastern. Just a really, really nice heifer, really sharp-headed. I love the way the neck comes out of the shoulder in that heifer. That's a really nice female. This class is somewhat similar to the last class. If you remember, we had a heifer that was a little more mature, and I mean that by her overall body shape, that wins the class. And then we dropped down to a heifer that I thought phenotypically was made really good, gave up a little bit of performance. And you can see what we're looking at here. The same holds true here. The second place heifer, she gives up a little performance to the heifer that wins this class, but the young man's doing an awesome job showing this heifer, and she is really, really nice. She's fresh up through her front 1/3. Where she gets in a little trouble trying to get her in the first place is she gives up performance, and she doesn't have quite as much true depth to her flank as the heifer, and maybe not quite as much power from hooks to pins. The young man, be sure you got a really nice heifer. She's really good footed. I appreciate her soundness. That's a really nice pair of heifers.
Congratulations in Class 3B. First place will go to back number 242, Ella Weldon with BGB Hannah, and second goes to Caden Alexander. We will now be selecting your champion and reserves spring junior heifer calf. Looks like we are about ready to get started over here in Ring 2 with your Brayford show. Your judge this afternoon will be Mr. Matt Leo. We'll start with Class 1 Brayford Summer Heifer calves born May 1st and after.
In yet our calf division, we've got an outstanding pair of heifers to represent their respective classes. And with that being said, I'm not going to stand here and try and convince you I think these heifers are exactly alike. I mean, I think it goes to the saying, you know, you have to play the hand that's dealt you. In her class, she was outstanding in her class. I'll talk about her just real quickly, the things I love about this heifer. I love her softness of side. She's got some real power in her top. She's real strong and robust from hooks to pins, and still very feminine. As I talked in class, I would like to, in my world anyway, and everybody has differences in opinion, I'd like to refine her in her shoulder just ever so slightly and tighten her up down in her jawline, but that's just really, really good cattle. As I talked to her in class as she was going out of the ring, in a perfect world, if I could make the outside wall on that outside foot on the back be a little wider. I think she goes around on it just a little. In time, I hope I'm wrong on this. If we can keep her down on her ankles as she gets more mature and gets a baby calf inside of her, I would like to change that about her. I'd like to make her a little wider footed behind, but that's just really, really outstanding heifer. Then the young lady comes out with a heifer here in this next class, and she just ties things together so well. She's got adequate length of side. I wouldn't call her extremely long-bodied. I certainly wouldn't describe her as short-bodied. Love the way she lays in her shoulder. I love the power coming out of the backside of her shoulder. Really good in her overall rib shape and her rib depth. Really outstanding from hooks to pins, just really feminine. I love the feminine head on this heifer. She's really good footed. As we put her in motion, she does so quite adequately. That's an outstanding pair. Not to take anything away from the cattle that come out respectively in those classes. Both two really, really nice cattle that are a little greener, if you will. And I don't criticize for that. You know, you go to these shows and you get these cattle to be big breds, and you'll have an instance where a judge will rave on your freshness on a big bred heifer, and then all of a sudden you get hammered by one that's probably got too much condition. So I know how hard that is to cover the base on both ends of this thing. I think we got two heifers that aren't exactly alike. I think they're outstanding in their type and kind. I'll show you the ones I like.
Congratulations, your champion spring junior heifer calf will go to back number 424, Ella Weldon and BGB Hannah. And your reserve champion in that division is going to go to back number 423, Kason Pledger with KLD Tango 040HET. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now look to start Class 4A early spring junior heifer calves. Over here in Ring 2, we are getting started with Class 1 in your Brayford show.
Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here today at the Cattlemen's Congress to start through your Brayford show, and I think we're starting off on a good foot out here. We've got some Julys and some Mays out here, and you've got some differences amongst type and kind in these cattle, but the heifer we're going to start off with, for me, I think she's probably the most complete. I think she's got the most body to her out here. She's the strongest right behind her shoulders, one that's real smooth right at the point of her shoulder, and at the same time, she's really sure-footed and sound out here. The female that comes out right behind her and second, I think, is really stylish in the way she's put together. She's an up-headed kind of a female that ties in neat and smooth, the top of her shoulders. She's straight and strong in terms of her lines. Another one that's very athletic in terms of her build when she gets out and goes. The female that we round the class off with, there's no doubt she's got a weight per day of age advantage out here. She's long-spined. She's one, if we could go through and change her out here for me, we'd like to smoothen her up just a touch through her front end. When she gets out and travels, we like to see her handle those feet and legs with a touch more authority and with a nickel more base width out here. Three nice females to start the Brayford show off with. Congratulations to you.
So again, I think this is the third class of two heads that we've had come in, and it looks like I'm in cahoots with the ring help, because I think all three times I left them. I'm not getting lazy. I just think the way they come in the ring is subsequently the way I think they belong. The heifer that wins this class, I'll be interested in seeing her when she comes back out. I was talking to Lauren, when we show these things, I'm not going to make an excuse for anyone's cattle, my own included. When she was going to the south, she was wanting to hike up on that ankle just ever so slightly, and I thought, well, I want to see her turn and get headed to where she thinks she gets to leave the ring and see if she's more comfortable. I would still maintain that I think this heifer could be a little more relaxed right at the ground, but man, I love this heifer. Standing still, she's hard to pick a hole in. She lays nice in her shoulder. She's a nice fresh-headed cattle. She comes out high out of the point of her shoulder, really nice in her top, good from hooks to pins, good bone. Now, I would also admit, and this is the part where you run the risk of somebody coming up to you afterwards and say, well, I think you were being too critical. It isn't that I enjoy being critical. It's just simply that there is no such thing as the perfect beast, whether he's in my barn or your barn. What I see in this heifer standing still is one awesome female. She's good bone. She's not huge-footed. She's like a heifer I used to win a division before. She's got a nicely constructed foot. I'd like to see it a little bigger. But when she goes in motion, I think it starts in her hock. I'd like to see her have a little more true flex and bend in her hock. But man, that is one outstanding heifer. Specifically, you go to the backdrop and park that heifer, you don't need to improve much on that. I would like to see her mobility be just a little different. And if I'm smart enough to know, I think it starts in her hock. I think she needs a little more mobility in her hock to just be outstanding. Maybe when she comes back and flexes a little, I'll change my mind on that. That's what I see in a phenomenal heifer. Young man, you got a really, really nice heifer too. I do want you to see you hold that head a little higher though, okay? I know you're not very tall. Can you pick that head up a little bit? Go. See, you make her neck look a little nicer, okay? So this is a really, really nice heifer. She's in some really deep water in this class. She's good enough through the center part of her body. She's a heifer that's nice from hooks to pins. She's nice bone. She's a bigger footed cattle than the heifer that wins this class, and I really appreciate that about her. I can't really tell for certain. I don't think she's quite as fresh and feminine up in her front 1/3. And one thing I would suggest, I suggested it to one other parent as they were leaving the ring, and you run the risk of taking a few shots when the show's over, but I would like you to shorten the halter up on this heifer. I think the young man can get her shoulder a little better. That nose band is down closer to her muzzle. I think it's a little more uncomfortable for the heifer. I'm not criticizing that you send her to the ring this way. I want your project to get better for you going forward. So maybe I'd like to see you shorten that halter up, and I think the result of being able to keep that head up might be a little better for this young man. That's an outstanding heifer, a lot of quality, a lot of product, and she still does it in a feminine package.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1, Class 4A, first place, exhibited by 427, Canyon Dops. And second place is going to go to back number 428, Weston Simpson. Now in Ring 1 will be Class 4B, early spring junior heifer calves. And over here in your Brayford ring,
Two nice April heifers we've got over here, and the female that's leading out here in front of me is the one we're going to elect to start the class off with. A female, I think, has an advantage of being a little bit more feminine up through her head and neck. I think she's more angular about her shoulders, and at the same time, I think where she really hits home for me, there's just more of her. She's got the right pieces in the right spots. She balances up so well. She's a true top kind of a female. I think that's good in terms of her pin set, and she's widened that pin set. To go with that in terms of her running gear, she comes out here in a real sound-moving kind of a package. She's in the right kind of rig and condition for me out here today. Still real lean and fresh and has all the power to go with it. The female that comes out right behind her in second is a female. You sure like the sweep and spring and curvature she's got to the center and lower portions of her rib cage out here. When you go back and compare her to that class winner that leads out in front of her, she wants to be a nickel narrower right through her pins. She's a narrower-based female that we'd like to see a shot more bone underneath her. Two nice females out here in these Aprils. Congratulations to you.
Over here in your Brayford ring, results coming out of Class 1. First place was Haley Sheffield. Second place was Hayden Hyman. And third place exhibited by Clancy Aber. Class 2 placings, first place was back number 103, Robert Muir, and second place was back number 125, Clancy Aber. Now over here in your Brayford ring will be Class 3, Brayford Early Spring Heifer Calves, born March 1st through March 31st.
Well, a nice March class we've got over here on the Brayford side of things. And the female we're going to start off with for me is one that I think you grab a gear with pretty quick out here. She's a long, feminine, featured kind of fronted female that comes out. I think through her shoulders and the way she's constructed, she ties in so neat and smooth right there. To go with that, she's a female that's good on her feet and legs, yet still clean in terms of her joints. Love how loose spine she is and how long top she is. She carries that back to a very functional hip and pastern. To go with that, she's one that's got some broodiness and power to go with it. The dark red heifer, I think, really follows her close in terms of type and kind. Here's a female that's big-footed. She's deep-heeled. She's got some base width to her. She's pulled apart underneath, and she's got some spring and shape to that body. She's a female. As we go back and compare those two heifers, though, she wants to be just a touch weaker right behind her shoulders. We'd like to smoothen her up right at the point of her shoulder. The female that comes out next and third does have the advantage of being long-fronted. She's a big-footed, deep-heeled kind of a female that has plenty of substance of bone. For me today, if we could go through and change her out here in this class, we'd like to pull her apart underneath just a touch. We'd like to see her balance up a nickel better. And the female that we round the class off with, she's one that's moderate in terms of her frame size. You like the body volume and depth she's got. For me, we'd like to see some more substance and style in her out here today. 4 nice marches out here. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in the Brayford ring. Class 3, first place exhibited by Robert Muir. Second place also goes to Robert Muir. Third place will go to Miriam Hargrove, and fourth to David Owens. Now over here in your Brayford ring will be your final class before we select our champion reserve heifer calf. Class 4 junior heifer calves born February 1st through February 28th.
So again, I'd say this is a really nice class of heifers. One thing I'd address that I probably typically would have addressed sooner, and that's it. You know, I expected today that there'd be a lot of little kids showing these mini Herefords, and of course that's proving to be true. And you know, I flash back to when Lauren was that age, and as a parent sitting in the stands or standing along ringside. And so the only reason I'm addressing that is for this reason. Sometimes it's a little tougher, and I applaud you, parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, whoever's involved with getting these kids. I believe in if they can walk and hold a halter and you put them in the ring, I applaud you for giving them that opportunity. With that being said, having raised kids myself, I understand the frustration and the tension on that side of the ring. Even though some of the parents get to come out and help these kids, they can only hold those heads so high, okay? And I get that. When they're leading them, they can only hold them so high. It does make it a little tougher to evaluate certain situations, so you try to read everything into it you can. The reason I bring that up is because when this heifer comes in the ring, the deep red heifer that wins this class, this heifer has got some incredibly strong attributes about her. I love her femininity up through her front 1/3. She's really good through the middle part of her body. Now, when the young man brought her out, he's working his tail off and he's doing an awesome job. I questioned her from hooks to pins, just simply because anybody that does this knows when cattle don't want to lead, no matter how good they are there, they look like they're a little off from hooks to pins. I think this heifer's very good from hooks to pins. Would I call her just blow you away there? No, I wouldn't try and convince you that, but I think she's real good from hooks to pins. The longer she's out here, the better she looks. As far as tying it together in this class, quite handily, she has to win this class, in my opinion. She's long reaching off those back legs. She's big footed. She's incredibly feminine. And then what's surprising about that heifer is you get up behind her, she's really got some center width to her quarter, still very, very feminine. The heifer that comes in second is a heifer that's probably the longest bodied heifer in this class. From her pole to her tailhead, she is the longest bodied. I'm quite certain she is. I would like to get her a place higher today. I would like to explode her in her pin width, and I'd like to drop her in her flank just ever so slightly. She probably isn't quite as commanding as dominant coming out of the backside of her shoulder as the heifer that wins this class. If you're just into what I call slang butt cutting and power, this heifer that stands third has got that. She's got a tremendous amount of muscle. She probably runs downhill just a little to her front end. I think for me anyway, she gets a little cresty and a little mature up through that front 1/3, and I'd like to make her a little more feminine going forward. I'd like to extend her front end, and I'd like to change that about her, but she's got a world of power, and I admire her for that. On occasion, she wants to roll up on that ankle. I'd like to change that. She's far-reaching heifer. She's a big-footed heifer. Then this young man here, here's a perfect example of where I applaud the parents. This young man isn't very tall, and he's doing a really nice job. The heifer wants to be just a little lazy-headed, so it's a lot of work, isn't it, to keep that head up? Isn't it? Can you keep it a little bit higher? See if you can pick. There you go. It just makes her neck look so nice when you do that. Where she excels the heifer that's going to be fifth today is, I think, from her loin down through the center part of her body. I think there's more true shape to her rib. Both heifers, if I could, I would like to make them a little more explosive in their flank. That's a really nice heifer going forward. I think you're going to have a lot of fun with this heifer. I love her bone work and I love her footwork. Real feminine heifer. That's a nice heifer, young man. You keep working. And then the young lady with the heifer in fifth. This heifer is just a little frail as I start from the ground up. She wants to get a little close at her front knee and a little close at her hock. Phenotypically, she's awesome to look at. I want to give her just a tick more performance, and then from her loin back, from her hooks to her pins, I want to make just a little more true explosion there. I want to make her carry down in her twist just ever so slightly. Love her bone work, really nice footed, really feminine headed. That's a nice class of 5. There was some ups and downs as far as types and kinds.
Over here on the Brayford side of things, we've got a nice set of February heifers. We've got 2 out here in front of me that I think are different in terms of their type and kind. And for me out here, it's style and pattern and presence that really separates these two. I think the yellow heifer up front that we're leading off with, she balances up so good. She's a good topped kind of a female, very functional on her feet and legs. She's one that's got some body volume to her and some spring and shape to her rib, yet she's still stylish and up-headed about that front end. The female right behind her, there's no doubt she's stouter featured. I think she's wider in her pin set. She's one that if you talk about muscle and thickness in a female, she's got it. Where I see these two females differ out out here in my eyes is she's one when she gets out and goes. We'd like to see her handle her feet and legs with a little bit more authority out here. And the female that comes out right behind her is a long-bodied female. She's long and functional about her hip and back through her pins. She's one for me. If we could change her, we'd like to straighten her up and strengthen her right behind her shoulders. The female that we've got that rounds the class off down there is probably one of the most up-headed, leanest, trimmest fronted females in the class. She's one for me. We'd like to see a touch more of her. We'd like to give her some more body, and we'd like to give her some more bone. Nice set of females out here. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in your Brayford ring. Class 4, first place will go to Braylon Bertrand. Second place goes to Robert Meir. Third to Robert Meir, and fourth to Megan Williams. We'll now be selecting your champion and reserve champion heifer calf over here in ring 2. Placings from Class 4B early spring junior heifers over here in your miniature Hereford ring. First place exhibited by back number 432, Quade McIntyre. Second place went to Brecklin Taylor. Third, Landon Watson. Fourth, Eric Sager. And fifth, Kelby Sager.
As we've done in all the previous classes, when we just got a pair of heifers, rather than walk these heifers again, I got a good look at them as they were in motion coming in. We're going to go with the heifer here. We just switched them as they come in for the first time today. This is really a nice heifer. This is a heifer that really commands you to pay attention simply because she's got so many good attributes about her. She's got that wavy hair, and I'm not judging how much hair they got. Trust me, I'm not. But sometimes when they get that wavy hair, you under-evaluate what's under that hair and how fresh they are. That heifer's got a lot of good going for her. She's wide through her loin. She carries out good on the backside of her shoulder. She's good enough in the center part of her body. Does she possess a little more of a masculine shoulder maybe than some we've seen today? Yeah, I'd like to trim her up in her shoulder. I love the way her neck comes out of the top part of her shoulder. She's chiseled underneath her jaw there. She's forming just a tick of chest floor, but that's just really nice heifer. Admirable that I haven't even mentioned yet is just the running gear underneath her. The flex to her hock, the big foot, the long soft pastern. That's just really an outstanding female to start this class. The young lady with the little smaller heifer, maybe a little less of a performing heifer. She comes at us a little bit green today. This heifer will be an interesting piece to me as we go forward. She's a little green, and I don't say that criticize anybody because truthfully, I don't mind cattle being green at this stage of their career, but she just gives up enough performance of the heifer that beats her in her class. Phenotypically, she lays flatter in her shoulder than the heifer that just beat her. She's elongated through her front. She's a nice headed heifer. She's a heifer that I think is good enough from hooks to pins. As we go forward to this heifer and get more feed in front of her, it'll be interesting to see to me how this heifer can perform. She just gives up a little bit of performance today for me to get her in that first place hole.
As we come out here, we bring our class winners out in consideration for your calf division out here. And we've got 4 nice class winners out here. We've got the calf down there to my end. One we talked about when she came out, how youthful and stylish she was. At the same time, she's a female that's got some body volume. She's got a lot of flex to her feet and legs, and one that's made right in terms of the way that she balances up. The female out here right in front of me that's leading around the ring is one we talked about in class. Very angular and up-headed, very feminine featured about her head and neck. One that's lean and trim in terms of her condition right now. At the same time, another female in my eyes that's really good on those feet and legs. The heifer that comes out right behind her out of our third class out here, really up-headed, long-necked female that's lean and trim about that front end. Her neck and head hooks up and ties in smoother and neater at the point of her shoulder to go with that. She's one that's strong in terms of her top line, real level and square turn out through her hip, one that can really get out and go. The yellow female down here on the end that just came out of our class 4 out here is one that I think hits you pretty hard and you grab a gear. She's pulled apart underneath. underneath. She's one that's got some fleshing ease to go with that. Along with all this, she's made very correctly. She's neat and trim about that shoulder and the way she ties in so smooth. Her top line blends in pretty good at the top side of her shoulders. She comes back to a long, level, and functional kind of a hip. One that's got a lot of flex and give off of both ends of her skeleton. I think you've got some trade-offs out here. The female that works the best for me is going to be the yellow heifer down here on the end. She'll be your division winner. We'll take one more look. We'll grab your reserve.
Well, congratulations. Your champion heifer calf will go to back number 133, Braylon Bertrand. Second place in Braylon's class exhibited by Robert Meir. Back over on your mini Hereford side, Class 4C, first place exhibited by Ella Weldon, and second went to Madeline Ross. Now currently over here in ring one, Mr. Bob May and Lauren May are selecting your champion and reserve champion early spring heifer calves. And your reserve champion heifer calf over here in your Brayford ring is going to go to back number 110, exhibited by Robert Meir. Now in the Brayford ring, we'll look to get started with Class 8 winter heifer calves born October 1st through December 31st.
So as we talk these spring heifer calves, the heifer that comes out of the first class, as I talked during class, it's really kind of what's not to like when this heifer's standing still. Now, I would make a comment about this particular heifer. Of the heifers that have been in the ring today, she is the backdrop heifer. Okay, I mean she's got that hair from heaven, and she's good through the center part of her body. She's a heifer. I commented on it in class. And I questioned her mobility, and I still do. I'd like to change a couple things about, as much as I love this heifer and as soft as that hair is and as well presented and the great job you do showing this heifer. I think a couple things. I was talking to Lauren about it, and Lauren's not helping me make the decisions, but I still want to talk to her about cattle. And so with that being said, I want to change the movement of this heifer. I want to change her out of her hock. Subsequently, as she goes and she's a little more restricted and tight in that hock, it causes her to get quite rigid at her ankles. And like I said, of the three heifers standing out here, and you're sitting in the bleachers watching, she's the one that would make me look the smartest at the back, because she a lot of really, really good things. I do question her structure at the ground, her angle to her front shoulder, but that thing is absolutely flawless as far as when she's standing still. The young man that comes out of the middle class, just really elongated in her overall type. As I view her to the cattle on both sides of her, you can see what I can see. I'd like to see a little more true explosion through the center part of her body. But going forward, as we get her to be a bred and maybe drop that side down on this heifer just a little and drop her down in her flank and give her a little more true shape and explosion in her rib, I think this thing defines femininity. She lays flat in her shoulders. She's really, really attractive and cool in her head. She's good enough from from hooks to pins. She maybe sets down there just ever so slightly. The more that young man parades that heifer, the better she looks there because she's not fighting him quite so bad. Really good on her feet and legs. And then the heifer that threw me off just a little, if you want to know the truth, when she first come in, the wavy-haired heifer. And I only point that out. I'm not here to pick a heifer that's got the best hair, but it does detract from them until you really evaluate what's under the hide. There's just a whole lot to like about this heifer. She's feminine up through her front 1/3. She's good in her top. She's good from hooks to pins. And then as I compare her to the two in front of her, I love the footwork on this heifer. I love the angle to her hock. She's a heifer that just, when you get behind her, where she surprises me is there's more heifer there than what you'd think, because that wavy hair is laying flat against. She wants me to get with it a little quicker, I guess. Anyway, she does an outstanding job. All of these kids have done a great job. And if I've offended any parent thus far today about telling your kids to keep their heads up, I'm not trying to be critical of your kids. I just want it to get better as we go forward. And I'm just impressed with the youth in this division. So, with that being said, I think I've described what I see out here. There's a heifer in this group that I think checks a lot of boxes. Like any cattle we've ever had, none of them are perfect. I don't expect them to be, but I'll pick your champion reserves out of this division. These kids are doing an awesome job.
Two nice females we've got on the Brayford side of things, and this is also our division out of this class. The female up front that we're going to elect to start off with for me is one that I think's made really correctly up through her front end. She's one that's good topped and very level and functional back through her hip. To go with this, this female's got some width to her chest floor. She's very uniform in her body depth. She's one that's really good footed. She's got the right kind of shape to her feet out here. She's got plenty of depth to her heel when she gets up and goes. In terms of her running gear, she hits the ground with a lot of flex and authority and evenness off of both ends. The female right behind her is very smooth-shouldered and very up-headed, one that's maybe just a touch longer body. But when you get right behind her, she wants to narrow and taper just a touch in terms of her pins. She gets a nickel rounder in the way she's made. Two nice females out here in this division. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in your miniature Hereford ring. Your champion early spring junior heifer is going to go to back number 437, exhibited by Ella Weldon. And your reserve champion that division will go to back number 427. 427 was Kenyon Dops with KLD, She's a Dandy 022H. We will now get started with Class 5A Winter Junior Heifer Calves over here in your miniature Hereford ring. Well, back over here in your Brayford ring, your champion fall heifer calf went to Robert and Carol Mills. Reserve champion went to the Stanton Ranch. Now in the ring is Class 13 late spring yearling heifers born April 1st through April 30th.
Two April females we've got over here, and the class winner we're going to lead off with is one I think you grab a gear with pretty quick in my eyes. One that I think when you study her from the ground up, she's built with so much flex and give and trueness to her. To go with that, she's powerful in terms of her type and kind. She's in the right kind of rig and condition out here for me today. One that's got a lot of femininity, and she's very angular up through that front end. But to go with that, she's one that balances up so well. She's got so much correctness and power throughout. The female that comes out right behind her is heavy-boned and big-footed. She's one that does have an advantage in length of body out here, and she's very level and neat back through her pins. She's one, if we could go through and change her, we'd like to smoothen her up right at the point of her shoulders. We'd like to see her have a nickel more body out here today. Two really nice females. Congratulations to you.
Well, over here in your Brayford ring, Class 13, first place will go to Stanton Ranch, and second to Haley Sheffield. Now in the ring will be Class 14, early spring yearling heifers.
In this group of February heifers, we've got a really nice heifer to start this class. Actually, I want to address a little bit of an iniquity on 1 and 2. Both these heifers, I think, could handle their ankle just a little different, but I think the way God made them and the way they're tied together, I think this heifer wins this class, and I think she just ties everything together from her pole to her tailhead better than anything in this class. She's really good through the center part of her body. She's adequately fresh up through her front 1/3. She wants to turn out on that right front just ever so slightly, and then when we put her in motion, as you see her standing there, it looks the way she's constructed. She should be able to do so quite well, and it's adequate. We'll call it adequate. I would like to see her with a little more true relaxedness at the ground. A nice-footed heifer, not huge, but nice-footed. The young man with the heifer that comes out of the second class, really big-bodied, really stout. I contemplated putting this heifer in first, but what got us in trouble in me justifying doing that in my own mind is just simply from her shoulders forward. I'd like to see this heifer a little less cresty at the top fight of her neck. I'd like to see the distance from the top of her neck down into her jawline be a little less. She's just a little more mature than I think she should be at this stage of the game. So she just gets a little more terminal looking, if you will, in her front 1/3. I love your heifer through the center part of her body. I love her bone work. She's a heifer that's really thick. Now, as I stated, when we put these two heifers in motion, both of them, I'd like to relax them at the ground. They both get, the way they stand there, you wouldn't think it would be the case, but they want to get up in their ankles just ever so slightly. I'd like to change that about them. Young lady with the 3rd place heifer, like so many we've seen today, I admire this heifer's overall body length. From her pole to her tailhead, she's as long as any heifer in this class. Where she gets in a little bit of trouble in this class, she's nice-footed. She carries up into her flank. She hikes up into her flank. She gets a little rounder in her hip, a little up in her tailhead. I love this heifer's overall body length, her construction at the ground. Just a really nice trio, and as in some class we've seen, there's some differences in types and kinds, as you can see as they go. This heifer wants to camp up on her ankles a little, as does the one that follows out, but a really nice trio, differences in types and kinds.
Well, congratulations over here in your miniature Hereford ring, Class 5A. First place will go to Legend Cooper. Second goes to Shepard Sandstrom. And third goes to Dalen Williams. Now in your miniature Hereford ring is Class 5B, Winter Junior Heifer Calves.
I think a really interesting trio of females we've got over here on the Brayford side of things, and I think they're all just a little bit different in terms of type and kind. The female we're going to start off with for me out here, I think she's one that's real broody in terms of her type and kind out here. She's smooth-shouldered, one that's good in terms of her lines. She's great in terms of her running gear. I think one that you see out here that floats to the top because she is so complete. She kind of checks all the boxes, and she's very, very well balanced. The female that comes out next in second, I think, is presented to a T, very stylish in the way that she's made. She wants to be just a touch open right at the point of her shoulder, but I think the bigger thing for me, if we could change her, if we could just loosen her up off those hocks and pasterns when she gets out and goes. The female that comes out next in third, young lady does a great job of getting her showing out here. She's really up-headed. She's smooth-shouldered, one that's real level back through her hooks and through her pins. You get right behind this female. She wants to narrow and taper just a touch. We'd like to see her track out with some more base width. Three nice females out here. Congratulations.
this pair of February heifers. Really nice pair. I've opted to go with the really elongated bodied heifer. I love her overall body length. She's not so long that she breaks behind her shoulder. Really good through the center part of her body. Out here in my vantage point, she's a really good-footed heifer. She's a heifer when the young man gets her showed and gets that top down. She's really nice from hooks to pins. Would I say she's perfect coming right out of the backside of her shoulder? I wouldn't say that, and I wouldn't try to convince you of that. Love the way her shoulder lays in her extension and freshness of her front 1/3. She's a really nice headed heifer. And then what I really admire about her, when she goes in motion, she is so adequate the way she goes. Just a really nice heifer. The young heifer, the young lady that comes in second is a heifer that's likewise as good through the center part of her body, a little shorter bodied heifer than the heifer that beats her in this class. Like a class before her, if I could change this heifer, I would start in her front 1/3. I love her through the middle part of her body. I love her overall body dimension. I'd like to make this heifer a little more feminine headed, and I'd like to make her a little fresher. I think she labors just ever so slightly coming out of her front end, but an awesome pair. That heifer pushes a lot of muscle, and I really admire that about her. Wants to camp up just ever so slightly on that right ankle.
Well, congratulations over here in your miniature Hereford ring. Class 5B, first place will go to John Humphreys, and second will go to Cayman Pledger. Now in the ring will be Class 5C Winter Junior Heifer Calves.
Well, I think a pair out here that's pretty elite, pretty high quality. You stand back and you study this cow. She's got a pretty udder to her to go with that. She's got a healthy calf at side, and that's what it's all about. But to go with this, I think this female, when you study her, she's holding her own for having a baby at side. She's held herself together so good. When she gets out and goes, she strides and takes all this power and cow power and broodiness with her. She's a female that's long fronted. She's smooth shouldered. She's one that I think is optimal in terms of her degree of condition for this stage in her life out here right now. One I like an awful lot, one that balances up really good. Eye appeal, quality, and power, and being productive, she does that quite well. The female that comes out right behind her, we had some trade-offs in my eyes out here for second and third. I opt to go with the length of extension we find in the second place female. I think she's smoother shouldered. I think she's longer topped. She's one that's more functional back through her hip and through her hock. Sure, maybe we'd like to see her a little more further along out here today, but she's one that's sound on her feet and legs, and she's in the right kind of shape and condition. Female that comes out next and third out here in the red baldy, she's one that's moderate in her frame size. I like the life and development she's got to her udder. She's a sound-footed individual. She's one for me. If we could change her, we'd like to lengthen her out through her front end. We'd like to trim her up just a touch in terms of her condition. And the female we round the class off with, one that's got some substance and power. She's got the right kind of shape to her feet out here, and she's deep-heeled. She can get around the ring and motor and work pretty good. If we could change this female ever so slightly, we'd like to soften her up in terms of her type and kind. We'd like to smoothen her up through that front end. Nice set of females out here. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in your Brayford ring, Class 15. First place will go to back number 120, Clancy Hebert. Second place will go to back number 114, David Owens. Third place goes to back number 136, Stanton Ranch. And fourth place will go to Robert Mayer. We will now be selecting your champion and reserve champion yearling heifers.
As we come out here and select your champion reserve yearling out here, what a great lineup. We've got 3 class winners out here in front of me that are awfully nice. We've got the female that came out of our first class out here, and as we noted and talked to her before in class, one that's really petted. She's very classy in the way that she's putting it all together, very modern in terms of her look, but to go with that, she's one that's stylish from her shoulders forward. She's straight and strong in terms of her lines, one that's very loose in terms of her construction. She's very sound in the way that she's made. You get behind her, she's set functionally wider back through her hips back there, one that's great on her feet and legs. A cow that comes out, or female that comes out next, I think is really broody in terms of her type and kind. One, I think you can see a lot of potential cow power here. She's heavy constructed, she's good footed, she's pulled apart in terms of her skeleton. To go with that, she's very functional in terms of the angles of her hocks and pasterns. Comes back to a big set of pins back there. She's one that gives you a good look. The pair that come out of our last class out here, one that I really like an awful lot. She's very feminine featured in the way that she's put together. She's longer face. She's more extended from her shoulders forward. She's flatter at the point of her shoulder. And to go with this, she's long and level down through her top. Very functional back through her hip and through her hock. She's got a nice udder and a beautiful calf to go with that at side that's doing well. This pair's holding her own out here and doing a good job. For me, I think you got some trade-offs out here, but the one I like an awful lot that's going to be your champion division winner out here is going to be this pair down here on the end. Congratulations to you.
In this class of late January, early February, heifer's an outstanding class to be sure from one end to the other, you know. With that being said, the heifer that starts this class, if I was just to one term this heifer, I guess I'd just say that's a lady there. She's very feminine. I love the way she lays in her shoulder. I love the angle to her shoulder and her freshness up through her front 1/3. Certainly good coming out of the back side of her shoulder. She's a heifer that's good through the center part of her body. Really love this heifer's foot, and when we put her in motion, she's got tremendous body length. She's not so long body that she falls apart when she's out here. Could I explode her from hooks to pins? I suppose in a perfect world I could do that, but she's pretty commanding in this class. The dark red heifer that comes out of the next class, love her through the center part of her body. What separates her, at least in my mind and through my eyes, and you know the beauty of this is, I'm not asking you to even agree with me on the placings of this class, but you know, I was having a conversation with a cattleman yesterday. I said, if we all thought the same one was the best one, there'd only one animal have value in this whole show. So with that being said, what I admire about this heifer starts at her fore-rib back. I love her through the center part of her body equally as well as the heifer that just wins this class. She's a heifer as I put her in motion. I don't think she does so quite as well as the heifer that beats her in this class. I think the angle to her shoulder is just a tick straighter. I don't call her too straight to keep going with this heifer. By no means am I going there. I don't think she's quite as feminine, lays quite as good in her shoulder. I think she wants to park just ever so slightly a little wide because of the angle angle of her shoulder, and she's not quite as tidy from the top of her crest down into her throat latch. But man, oh man, you're talking about a really, really good pair of heifers to come out 1 and 2 in this class. I've opted to switch my 3 and 4 heifers. Quite honestly, the little lady that comes in third, when I made, and I talked to Lauren about it, and the heifer that's going to go third, young lady, when you show her, if you'll get her top down, she's a different animal than when you don't, okay? So you want to get that top down. You want to level that hip up. She's beautiful through the center part of her body. Is she perfect from hooks to pins? She's not. And so you need to, with that show stick, you need to help that heifer, okay? Because you got an awfully, awfully nice heifer in a really, really good class of heifers. The heifer that I've opted to take out of third and put in fourth, just from my liking, she's just a little quicker headed. She's a little wide between her eyes. She's a heifer. I know we're looking at miniature Herefords, and I'm not looking for them to be the size of regular Herefords, but I would like to narrow her skull up just a little. I question her growth pattern as she gets to be a bred and a big heifer, but she's really, really nice. She's really good in her bones. At times, she wants to get up on her ankles just ever so slightly. She's the most powerful heifer in this class, to be sure, as I view her. And I talked about a heifer earlier today that I made reserve in a division. I said she was the backdrop heifer that I've seen all day. This heifer, in my opinion, moves out of her hock exactly like that. I'd like to get more athleticism and a little more true freedom of movement when she gets and goes. A really nice heifer, very, very powerful. Young lady, you got you an awfully nice heifer. This heifer, as I view her to the others, I want to pull her down in her frank and balance her up. She runs to her chest floor just ever so slightly. She gets a little higher in her twist. Really, really nice group of heifers. That, from one end to the other, was the best set of heifers, in my opinion, that have been to us today, as far as from 1 through 5.
Nice pair of females we've got out here in November, December aged heifers. The female we're going to start off with is one that I think does so quite handily. She's long fronted. She's one that's very angular about her head and neck, and I think she's still lean and trim in the way that she's made. I think where this female really hits home when you study her in terms of the way she's built. Up through her hooks and her pins, she's functionally longer and wider. She ties that down to a hock and to a pasture with a lot of flex and give off it. And then to go with that, she's got some weight per day of age, some length of spine to go with it. Awfully nice female. She's presented really nice as well. The female that comes out right behind her is one that's stylish in the way that she's made. She gives up a little bit in terms of bone and body out here. We'd like to elevate her front end just a touch, see her neck tie in a nickel neater and smoother at the top side of her shoulders. Two really nice heifers out here. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in your Brayford ring. Your champion senior yearling will go to back number 149, Robert and Carol Mills, and reserve champion that division is going to go to back number 156, Marion Hargrove. We also have the results from your yearling division. Your champion yearling heifer went to back number 120, exhibited by Clancy Abair, and reserve champion went to back number 135, Stanton Ranch. Now over here in ring 2, we are going to be selecting your grand and reserve grand champion Brayford females. Results from Class 5C over here in your miniature Hereford ring. First place exhibited by Kylan Oaks. Second place exhibited by Hadley Geiger. Third place exhibited by Jalen Humphreys. Fourth place went to back number 444, Wyatt McIntyre. And fifth place went to back number 446, Abigail Mefford. Now over here in your miniature Hereford ring is Class 5D Winter Junior Heifer Calves.
As we come out here and select your champion Brayford female, if we could, ladies and gentlemen, help me out. Let's give them a big round of applause over here on a great show. Great way to start this off. It's been a lot of fun to sort through it, and as we've made our way through these classes and divisions out here, I can tell you the cattle are just getting better and better. We've got the female that came out of our first division out here, as we talked about her, and the yellow heifer, one that's really sound and has a lot of flex and authority when she gets out and travels. To go with that, she's one that's got some body volume, she's got some power, she's made right, she balances up good from end to end. The female that comes out right behind her is one that I like an awful lot in terms of being real youthful and has a lot of freshness in terms of her shoulders forward. She's very angular about her head and neck and very feminine featured. She's a female that's got some natural width and thickness to her, and she's got some spring and shape to her body. One, if you study her from the ground up, you awfully appreciate how good-footed she is. She's deep-heeled out here, and she's clean in terms of her joints. The pair that comes out right behind her that won that division is one we talked about before, and she's got a young baby calf, and I got to tell you, my hat's truly off to you because I know how tough these pairs are to keep on the road and keep the cow going, keep the calf healthy. They've done that well. She's holding her own out here. She still sounds when she gets around the ring. She holds all this power and broodiness and look together so good. We've got the female right behind her, one that's very angular up through that front end. I love this heifer back through her hip and back through her tail head set. You carry her down to the ground, and she stands on a foot and leg that's very functional in terms of running gear. My hat's truly off to you Brayford breeders out here. These cattle are great. They work in a lot of different type of environments. We've seen them out west in terms of our Oregon and California ranches and neighbors that have used them and stuff. And their cattle that'll get on, they've got some vigor, they'll lay down and have a baby, and they still got their place out here in terms of being cattle that'll gain and have a lot of longevity, and I think that's awfully important in any type of industry that you're in. My hat's truly off to the Cattlemen's Congress. It's a pleasure to be here. I got to judge yesterday, and we talked about this yesterday when I judged. You know, you talk about events in your life that are changing, and we've seen a lot of that, I think, out here in the last few months in the United States with this pandemic and with politics. But the one thing that's for sure out here, this is a life-changing event, being at the Cattlemen's Congress and being able to say we're here for this thing. They pulled it off in no time flat. This is a great show, and my hat's truly off to the staff and everybody and all the sponsors that put this on. If you get time, take time to thank them, because this is a first-class event. I've done a handful of these things in my lifetime, and I can tell you this is probably one of the coolest ones I've done yet. It's been a pleasure to be here. I'm proud to be a part of y'all out here in this Brayford show. We'll go out and show you the ones that we like for Grand and Reserve. Before we do that, let's give another big round of applause.
So in our early January miniature Herefords on this side, we've got a really nice heifer to start this class. She just brings a lot of things to the table. She's really good bone. She's good-footed. She's good in the middle part of her body. She comes out of the backside of her shoulder really good. And then she's got some real power and quality from hooks to pins. Still stays relatively, feminine. She's a heifer at times, gives me a hint of wanting to get up on her ankles. I'd like to change that about her. It's not a constant, but that is something I'd like to change about her. If I could freshen her up right in her jawline there just ever so slightly, I'd probably take that opportunity. The really deep-sided heifer here that comes in second, she's noteworthy in that respect. She's really deep in her flank, and she's deep-sided. As I have my vantage point of being out here and evaluating her, I just wish she had a little more true explosion to her rib. She's a little flat in her cage. I wish she was just a little more robust the way she comes out of the top of her spine. She just gets a little flat. She gets just a little pinched in her loin when we put her in motion. Now, a lot of times, in my opinion anyway, when cattle are a little bit down in their loin, they can get out and move, and she certainly can do that. Then the heifer that comes in next, a little quicker kind of a heifer in terms, when I say quicker, I'd like to stretch her out and make her a little more feminine in her front 1/3. Her head and ears sit a little close to the front side of her shoulder. I'd like to change that about her. She's real deep in her middle. She's a heifer that's a little shorter sided. I maybe would like to lengthen her spine out just ever so slightly. When the young lady goes in motion with this heifer, she wants to reach out around and gets outside of her skeletal just ever so slightly, and you can see what I can see when she wants to camp up on those ankles. Young lady, you got a really, really nice long-bodied heifer here to come in fourth in a really nice class. I love your heifer's head. I love her femininity in her front 1/3. I want to change her in her top line. She drops a little right coming out of the backside of her shoulder. She wants to get down in her pins just ever so slightly. And then if I could get her higher today, if I could pull her down in her flank and balance her up in her underline. I love the way your heifer gets out and goes in motion. A lot of quality in that heifer also.
Well, congratulations. Here in your Brayford Female Show, your grand champion female is going to go to back number 120, exhibited by Clancy Bear with LVGE 702 Annie 91. And reserve champion is going to go to back number 142. Back number 142 was exhibited by Robert and Carol Mills with RCM 1747 Madison 9144. We are now going to take a brief 5-minute break, and we'll get started back here in Ring 2 with your Brayford Bull Show. We'll be looking to start with Class 25 Late Spring Bull Calves. Back over here in your miniature Hereford side, we have the results of Class 5D. First place in Class 5D was back number 452, Carson Dops. Second place, exhibited by Brecklin Taylor. Third place went to back number 587, Riley Garrison. And fourth went to back number 451, Kimberly Tucker. Now over here in Ring 1, we are selecting your champion and reserve champion Winter Junior Heifer Calves.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I don't do a lot of miniature Hereford stuff, but I'd say your breed's in pretty nice shape in terms of quality. They just keep coming, and you wonder if we're going to weaken in some classes, and that really hasn't been the case. The heifer that wins this first class in this division, just a really nice complete heifer, as we talked her in class, really good in her bone work. She's a heifer. I think I talked about her foot size, where I don't think it's optimum. I think it's really good and really acceptable. Just a really nice constructed, really good made heifer. The really long-bodied heifer that comes out of the second class, I really like this heifer. I want this young man to keep that top down a little more. And here's what I would tell you about that, if I'm correcting you on some of that, is you see these cattle every single day of their life. You feed them, you wash them, you blow them. You get to see them every single day of their life. And you got to remember, when you come out there in this ring, you got to give me the best look you possibly can, okay? Because I get to see them for 5 minutes. So you want to give me the best look. Your heifer gets a little bit down in her pins, and you can correct a lot of that by not even letting me see that, okay? You don't have to keep it down all the time. If I'm down there looking at something else, you can let her relax. But when I'm coming back, you want to give me the very best look. I'm not scolding you. I just want you to do good, okay? As we get down to this heifer out of the fourth class, as I described her in class, this heifer's a lady. She lays in her shoulder really good. Love the foot size on this heifer. I love the way her hock is constructed. She's got tremendous bend in her hock when she goes. And doing that, she doesn't get up under herself or go outside of her track. She's long and soft pastern, really feminine, elongated up through her front end. I love her the feminine head on this heifer. Likewise, I want you to keep that top down just a little more because she wants to roll in her hip just ever so slightly. And then the young lady that comes out in this class, a heifer that's a little more moderate in her kind in terms of she's probably just a little shorter bodied. I'd like to, same with you, I want you to keep that top down because right now as she's resting and she's rolling off that hip, just put the top down. That makes her look like a completely different heifer when you do that, okay? I'm not scolding anybody. Somebody's gonna go out here and say, he's got a lot of nerve telling me to do that. It's not that. I want to get the very best look I can get. And so with that being said, we're gonna move on. We're gonna keep this show rolling, but I think this was an awesome division here. I think there was really good representation for the miniature Herefords here. I'm gonna go out and pick you your champions out of this division.
Well, congratulations. Your champion in your winter junior heifer calf division will go to back number 447, Kylan Oaks. Second place out of Kylan's class was exhibited by Hadley Geiger. And congratulations, your reserve champion in that division will go to back number 448, Hadley Geiger. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll get started now with Class 6A Fall Intermediate Heifers, born October 1st through December 31st, 2019. Back over here in your Brayford ring, we're going to get started with your Brayford Bull Show. We'll look for Class 25 late spring bull calves born April 1st through April 30th. We are ready to get started in ring 2 with your Brayford's Bull Show. We are looking for Class 25 Brayford Bulls late spring bull calves, born April 1st through April 30th.
In this set of December heifer calves, we've got a heifer that handles this class. She's really good. She ties together so well. The way this heifer ties into the backside of her shoulder, she's not freaky neck, but she's good neck. She's relatively good in her chest floor, really good through the center part of her body. I guess what I really appreciate about this heifer, when this young lady puts her in motion, this heifer, even though she can't quite hold her head up quite high enough yet because of her size, when this heifer goes in motion, she does so well. She has so much freshness in that hock, the way she bends it. She's got length at the ground at her pasture, and she's a nice-footed heifer. She's just the tie-it-together heifer in this group of heifers. The heifer that stands second, I would just make a comment about this heifer, and again, it's not to embarrass anybody. That's a really, really good heifer. As you view her from your vantage point and me from mine, she looks to just have way too much shoulder to balance her up, and I think she does have a little excess shoulder as I compare her to the one heifer in this class, excuse me. But there's a lot of hair that needs to come off that shoulder, and I think you could balance that heifer up. I'm not criticizing the way you fit the heifer, but I think there's a better heifer under all that hair that you've left on her shoulder, and thus it throws her a little out of balance. She's made a lot like the heifer that beats her in this class. She's not as tight throat latch as the heifer that beats her. She's not quite as nice in her chest floor. I had a little bit of a dilemma what to do in 3 and 4 in this class. I'll tell you what I did and why I did it. If you want a power heifer, if you're just after power and mass, then you go with this deep red heifer. She is the power heifer in this class, to be sure. She's a heifer with all that power and trying to go mobile and go in motion. She wants to get up. She got really good bone. She wants to get up on that ankle. She gets just a little more terminal looking in her head. I'd like to refine her in that front 1/3. She just gets a little mature looking up through her front 1/3, let's say, and I'd like to change that about her, but I do admire that heifer's power. She just is constructed a little different than I think for a female, maybe not quite the degree of femininity that I'd like to see. This is another problem heifer. I love this heifer's front 1/3. I love her. I love everything about her in terms of that. I'd like to change her head a little bit also. She just gets a little bit terminal looking in her head, a little staler looking in her head, maybe, if you will. I guess the problem with me on this heifer is phenotypically nice as she is standing still. I want to change her in her spine. I want to drop her down in her flank, and I certainly want to make her more mobile coming off those back wheels. But she is easy on the eyes, parked, and with her top put down. That is a really nice heifer. I just want to change the structure and the mobility of that heifer as she goes away from me.
Well, congratulations over here in Class 6A in ring 1. First place will go to Devery Darborn with RCM Miss Carly. Second place went to back number 456, Landon Watson. Third goes to Harley Holman. And fourth will go to Dalen Williams. Now in ring 1 will be Class 6B Fall Intermediate Heifers, born October 1st through December 31st. Currently over here in your Brayford ring, we have our first class of Brayford Bulls.
As we start off our Brayford Bull Show over here, we've got two nice April calves. The yellow bull we're going to start off with is one, I think he balances up good and he puts a lot of good things together. He's smooth-shouldered. He's one that's real beefy in terms of his top shape, and he's thick-ended. He's a big-footed bull that can really get out and move to go with this. He's clean in terms of his sheath. You like the testicular development he's got at this stage in the game. The bull right behind him might be a little bit trimmer-made in terms of condition out here, but I like him an awful lot. He does have the advantages of being more up-headed and longer-necked. He just gets off just a touch in terms of his pins for me. We like to stouten him up ever so slightly compared to that good class winner. Two good bulls out here. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in your Brayford ring. First and second are going to go to Stanton Ranch. We'll now bring in Class 26 early spring bull calves born March 1st through March 31st.
Two March calves we've got out here in this class, and two of them I think are a little bit different in terms of their type. The bull we're going to start off with for me has an advantage of being the longer bodied bull. He gets out here and he gets parked, and he sure gives you a great look. A lot of elevation from his chest floor to the ground. He's a real up-headed kind of a bull, one that balances up so good from end to end. He's level and square back through his top and down to a functional hip. In terms of his feet and legs, he's big-boned, he's big-footed. If we could change his calf ever so slightly when he gets out and goes, we like to see him track out just a touch wider. The bull that comes out right behind him is more moderate in terms of his frame size. He's burlier middled. He's one that's more masculine about his head. He gets a little bit coarser about his shoulders, and we'd like to smoothen him up just a touch. But in terms of power and product, he does it quite well. Two nice March calves. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in your Brayford ring. Class 26, first place is going to go to back number 117, Danny Boudreau, and second place to go to back number 108, Robert Mayer. Now in the ring will be Class 27, junior bull calves born February 1st through February 28th.
This class of heifers, a young man brings us a really nice heifer to win this class. She's ultra complete. She's really good through the center of her body. Love the foot on this heifer. When this young man brought her in and when she's in motion, I just love the way this heifer does it at the ground. She's got body length. She's not incredibly long, but she's certainly got body length. She's got enough length up through her front 1/3. She's a nice headed heifer. She's a heifer that's really, really sound. And then when you get behind her, she certainly doesn't disappoint. She's got a lot of width through the center part of her quarter. Just a really, really nice heifer that ties things together very, very well. The young lady that comes in with the second place heifer, quite honestly, when they first come in, I'm thinking, okay, is this the heifer I'm going to tie to and start the class? And as I evaluate this heifer, as many things as I like about her, she gets a little rounder in her shoulder than maybe what I think is optimum. I'd like to change that about her. I'd like to refine her in her shoulder just ever so slightly and make her a little more feminine in that front 1/3. Love the overall mass of this heifer and still maintains a high degree of femininity when the young lady puts her in motion. She certainly can do good off the back. She gets just a little more mature up through that front 1/3 than the heifer that beats her, and a little rounder in that shoulder, but she has a ton of product to carry behind it too, and I applaud her for that. In the 3rd place heifer, again, a really long-bodied heifer. A heifer, as I compare to 1 and 2 in this class, she just gets a little frailer at the ground. She gets a little narrower in her hock and a little narrower at her front knee. She just doesn't have quite as much power from hooks to pins as the 2 that go out above her. She lacks just a little bit of bone work, and like I said, I don't ever go overboard on bone, but as I'm comparing her to 1 and 2 in this class, I'd like to give her a little more stoutness of bone, and it's really hard to read her. I'm not going to say she reaches around, but and I get it. Dad's taking a little boy out there, and that heifer's tentative. She don't want to step on that little fella, and so she kind of reaches out around as we see her, but it's because she's trying to be cautious not to step on somebody. So I'm not sure I know exactly what I see the way them back wheels are working. If a bigger kid was showing him and they're letting her stroll, I think her hind leg is just fine. And then we come down to a little more mature up through her front 1/3 heifer. She's ultra stout, ultra good through the center part of her body, and good from hooks to pins as far as her width and dimension. A nice bone heifer. I'd like to refine her in her front 1/3. I'd like to change her head a little, and I'd like to make her a little more feminine in her front 1/3.
Well, over here on the Brayford side of things, we've got 2 nice bulls over here. The bull we're going to elect to start off with for me is one I think's awfully nice. Very masculine about his head and his features. He's one that sure is athletic in terms of his build. When you study this bull from any angle, it gives you a lot of presence out here, and at the same time, he's a bull that's got some width and thickness to him. He's shapely up through his forearm on the top side of his skeleton. He reads with a lot of width and thickness. Big hip kind of a bull. He's big boned, yet he's still clean in terms of his joints. You like his feet and leg set placement out here. One that comes out here with a real modern look and a lot of eye appeal and balance. And at the same time, he's stout and good doing. The bull right behind him that comes out is one that I think just maybe gives up a little bit in terms of weight per day of age. He's lean and trim made. He's one for me. If we could change him, we'd like to change him up on those rear 2. When he gets out, he wants to be a little tight and rigid in terms of his hocks. 2 nice bulls. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in your Brayford ring. Class 27, first place went to David Owens and second to Stanton Ranch. We'll be bringing in your first and seconds now to select a champion and reserve champion bull calf.
Really nice set of October heifers here. A little bit of difference in type and kind from 1 and 2, and I admit that going in. This heifer is really elongated up through her front end. She's level from hooks to pins. She's level in her top line. tremendously big-footed cattle here in front of me, a heifer that flexes her hock really good. That's where she excels over. She's not as powerful a heifer as the heifer that goes second in this class. There's more heifer to the heifer that goes in second. I think she's a little more feminine fronted. She's certainly stout enough. She's a heifer that's really nice in her bone work. Love the size of the foot. I love the way this heifer can get out and reach when she goes. While I said I admire the power of this heifer, and I do. I love her through the center of her quarter. She's feminine from her shoulders back. I'd like to change her the way she goes off that front end. She wants to reach. She gets a little straighter on her front end. I'd like to extend her front end and freshen her up a little. And then when we go in motion with this heifer, you can see the same thing I can. She wants to get up and over on that ankle. I'd like to change that about her. I admire that heifer's power. We come out with a third place heifer here, a little smaller, shorter sided kind of a heifer as I watch her go in motion. I just got to make her more flexible coming out of her hock. As you can see, she doesn't have the mobility as well. Like when this young man gets her parked, she's really phenotypically easy on the eyes. A lot of look. I admire her through the front 1/3 of her body. She's a heifer, though. When I put her in motion, more so than the heifer that goes second, she's quite restricted in her hock movement.
Well, as we come out here and select champion calf, we've got the yellow bull up front that came out of our first class out here. When we talked about how sound-footed he was, at the same time he was one that was real up-headed and smooth-shouldered. He's got some shape and some muscle to him. You sure like the spring and shape he's got to his body. And then we've got the red bald-faced bull right behind him, one that gives you a striking pose from the side. He's up-headed, his neckties in neat and smooth. At the top side of his blades, he's square to his top, real level and square back through that hip, and he plants those feet and legs down with a lot of authority and how square he stands them. The bull right behind him, I think, just has an advantage, and he blows you away out here in terms of sheer power. He's a bull that's pulled apart underneath. He's very uniform in his body depth as he's bolder through his forerib and deep in his heart. He maintains that depth back through his rear rib and flank. At the same time, he gives you a modern look from the side. He's strong topped, and he's got a square turn to his loin edge. Thick-ended kind of a bull, and he's one you sure love him in terms of his feet and legs. His running gear is awfully nice. The bull that does it for me the best down here for your division champion, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the bull that came out of your third class out here. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations. Your champion bull calf will go to back number 115, exhibited by David Owens. Second place in that class was back number 139.
We bring the bull out that was second in that class in contention for the reserve champion calf spot. And as we talked about him before, a bull that's got some depth of body to him, a bull that gives you a good pose from the side, really up-headed, smooth-shouldered kind of a calf, one that when you get back to his hip, you admire him how long and level he is through those pin bones and so functional down to his feet and legs there. The bull that does it the best for me out here today, and I think follows the type and kind of your division champion, is going to be the bull that came out of our second class. Congratulations to you.
And your reserve champion in that division is going to go to back number 117, Deanie Boudreau. Now in the ring, we'll bring in Class 38 junior yearling bulls born January 1st through February 28th. And over here in your miniature Hereford ring, results from Class 6C. First place was Hollis Driscoll, 7th was Cody Dops, and 3rd was Landon Watson. We are now selecting your champion and reserve champion fall intermediate heifers.
In this division, the young lady that shows the heifer out of the first class, pretty hard to fault this heifer as the way God designed her. I mean, she laid shoulder. I think I may have talked in class, I don't remember specifically. She's not the longest bodied heifer I've seen today, but she's certainly adequate. Love her from hooks to pins. She just ties so many things together so well. And for a little kid showing her like she does, she still, even though she goes a little slower when she gets her out and goes her in motion, this heifer can do that. The young man with the heifer out of the second class, I stated, I think in class, that this heifer is really, really complete. I love her through the center part of her body. She's good from hooks to pins. She's got some shape and design coming out of the spine. She doesn't lay in her shoulder quite as flat and quite as feminine. She possesses and pushes a little more shoulder than the heifer that stands probably on either side of her, but that's just really, really a good cattle. And what I wanted to state too again, huge footed, big footed heifer, really good mobility as you put her in motion. That's just a really, really nice complete heifer. The really elongated heifer, and I love cattle that got that kind of freshness up through their front 1/3. She's good in her top line. When she goes in motion, I'd like to drop her top just ever so slightly. I think she wants to roach just ever so slightly in her top, but I love the femininity of this heifer. I love the foot size of this heifer. I'm going to walk around these heifers and look at them one more time, and we'll get you your champions.
Well, congratulations. Your champion fall intermediate heifer goes to back number 458, Devery Darborn. Second place out of that class exhibited by Landon Watson.
Two really nice bulls we've got over here. The bull up front we're going to start with is one for me that I think he comes out here with a tremendous amount of power. He's a bull that sure is beefy in terms of his top shape, super thick in it. He's one you sure like the body mass he's got, how much spring and shape he's got to the center and lower portions of his rib shape to go with that. He's a bull that's smooth-shouldered and really good on his feet and legs. Big-footed kind of a bull. He's athletic to have this much power, and he can really hold it together good on the move when he gets around the ring. The bull that we bring out next in second is one that does have the advantage of being longer bodied. I think he's got a weight per day advantage out here. Big-footed, deep-heeled kind of a bull. He's got the right kind of shape to his feet. He's one for me if we could go through and change him ever so slightly compared to that bull that leads out in front. We'd like to smoothen him up just a touch right at the point of his shoulder. Two nice bulls. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations. Your champion yearling bull will go to back number 138, Stanton Ranch with SR Prime Time 1901. Reserve champion goes to Robert Muir with TRGT Rubicon 938P. Now in the ring will be class 41 late senior bulls. Back over here in your mini Hereford ring. Reserve champion in that last division went to back number 461, Caden Alexander with KLD Little Genie ET. Now in the ring is Class 7A Summer Intermediate Heifers.
Single entry bull we've got out here, and I like him an awful lot. I think he's really a happy medium, what we've seen out here. A bull that's super sound on his feet and legs. He's pulled apart underneath. He's got some width to his chest floor and some spring and shape to his body. To go with that, he's so smooth to look at. He holds all this power together so good on the move as well. Strong behind his shoulders. He's a big hip kind of a bull. Very expressive through his forearm, back through his lower quarter. Awfully nice. Congratulations to you.
So in our pair of September heifer calves, outstanding pair to be sure. The deep red heifer just really, really nicely constructed. Very feminine up through her front with her. Love the feminine head on this heifer. I love the freshness in the top part of her crest as she goes forward, coming out of the top of her shoulder. Really good inner shoulder, good through the middle part of her body, really good from hooks to pins. And then when this young lady puts her in motion, this heifer can certainly do so very, very well. This young man's got an awesome heifer that comes second in this class. She's not maybe quite as fresh in her front 1/3 as the September heifer that goes out right in front of her, but she's nice enough in her head. I'd like to change her from the top of her crest down into her throat latch. Good right on the back side of her shoulder. She's a heifer maybe that doesn't show me quite as much product from hooks to pins. I'd like to level her up there just ever so slightly, but that's an outstanding pair to be sure.
Well, congratulations over here in your mini Hereford ring, Class 7A. First place goes back number 467, Madison Evans with CK Aurora. And second place goes back number 466, Bennett Burrend with Miss BC Genie. Now in the ring will be Class 7B, Summer Intermediate Heifers, born August 21st through August 30th.
Two nice bulls we've got out here, and I believe we're starting with the May bull up front right here. He's very large testicled. He's one that sure is sound on his feet and legs. For me, where I think the difference lies out here in my eyes, ladies and gentlemen, I think he balances up so much better. I think he's better through his shoulders and down his top and out through his hip. Very functional back through his hip and through his hock and down through his pasterns. He can really get out and go. The bull right behind him, you sure appreciate the stoutness and how burly he is. He's very masculine about his head and his features. He gets a touch deeper in his chest out here for me today. He's off in his pins just a touch. But two nice bulls. Congratulations to you.
So in this class of heifers, we've got three really nice heifers. I think we're the heifer that wins this class. I think where I would start on the as far as describing the trio of heifers. I think this heifer has a little more true rib shape and design coming out of the top of her spine. I think she's a little bolder sprung to the center part of her body. She lays in her shoulder nice. She's a heifer that gets out and goes really big-footed, really good-legged. She's nice from hooks to pins. I'd like to change her head just ever so slightly. She gets just a little more terminal looking in her head, if you will. I love the pigment in this heifer. Just just a really, really nice heifer, just a combination of the two behind her. The two behind her certainly don't give up a lot of ground to her. I think I'd like to see a little better true rib shape in the second place heifer. I really admire her overall body length. Where she surprised me is she's a little bolder and wider from hooks to pins than the heifer that comes second in this class. Phenotypically very, very easy to look at. I think she's deep enough sided. I'd like to give her a little more true shape and design coming out of the top part of her spine. She's a heifer that's real long reaching. She's very, very sound in her overall makeup. The deep red heifer that comes third, while I admire this heifer for her overall mass and power, she's a heifer as I watch her go in motion, you'll see she doesn't handle that back leg quite to the optimum in my opinion. I'd like to freshen her up in her front 1/3, and then when the young man, and I applaud him for being out here, he ain't giving up, he's staying out here till it's over. But when we put this heifer in motion, I'd like to see her with more comfort coming out of those back wheels.
Well, congratulations over here in your summer intermediate heifer class. First place will go to back number 299, Lucy Carmen. Second goes back number 269, Colton Christensen. And third goes back number 270, Jace Cunningham.
As we come out here in the division, these two bulls we've got out here in front of us, the bull that was a single entry that came out, we talked about him before. I think he's a good balance out here in terms of power and eye appeal and look. To go with this, he's one that's sound and rugged in terms of his structure. I like the body and the fleshing ease he's got to go with it and how athletic he puts it all together in such a well-balanced, good-looking package. The bull right behind him, as we just got done talking about him before, he's a large testicle bull. He's one that's got some shape and some width and thickness to him. He's one you sure admire him as well for how athletic he is in terms of his build. I like the body shape and the width and thickness. For me out here today, the bull that suits me the best is going to be the single entry. He'll be your champion division. Then we'll fall back to the other bull for reserve out here. Congratulations to you.
Well, over here in your Brayford ring, your champion senior bull is going to go to back number 150, exhibited by Robert and Carol Mills, and reserve will go to Danny Boudreau. We'll now be selecting your grand and reserve grand champion Brayford bull. After this selection, we will go into your F1 summer heifer calves.
As we come out here and select your champion Brayford bull, once again, it's been a pleasure to sort through the bull show for you out here today. We've got three really good division winners out here in front of me and reserve division winners back there and waiting, and we got some good cattle that made their way back to the barns. But hopefully you see the kind of bulls I like out here. Most importantly, I was always told a long time ago when I was a kid by an old-timer that said a good bull can make all the difference in the world and a bad bull can too in your herd. I think we've got out here, which is so neat, is you've got three bulls that really line up and pair up good together out here. And the bull that came out of our first division out here, one that I think really grows on you in terms of being so angular and so up-headed out here. He's one that's sound on his feet and legs and big-footed. He's got some length to his pasterns out here, and he can really reach to go with that. He's smooth-shouldered. He's got some weight per day of age to him. I like the body volume he's got to go with that, and how square and level he is back from his hooks to his pins. The Baldy bull that comes out right behind him out here is one that's loaded with meat, muscle, and power. He's one that's smooth the point of his shoulder, and you like the fleshing ease he's got to go with that. And the bull that just came out of our last division is one we talked about how athletic he was and how stout he was, and he ties all this together in a real smooth kind of a package, but at the same time he holds all this power and look together so good when he goes around the ring. I'm a guy that looks at bulls and cattle from the ground up. I look to see how much body they've got and how much muscle. The most important thing at the end of the day, after all the banners fade and the glitters out of these things, they got to go out and they got to work and they got to cover cows and get some longevity of them out there in the field. And I think we've got 3 prospects out here that could do that awfully nice. It's been a pleasure to sort through your bull show out here. We look forward to getting through the F1s. I'll go out and pick you a champion, then we'll grab you a reserve. Before we do that, if we could, let's put our hands together and give these exhibitors a big round of applause on a great Brayford Bull show.
So as we wrap up this division, the deep red heifer that leads off this division, or this class in this division, there's a lot to talk about on this heifer, in my opinion. Love her front 1/3. She's very feminine, very attractive headed, very feminine headed. She's really nice in her bone work. She's good footed, huge footed, no, good footed for sure. Good through the center part of her body. She's a heifer that's good from hooks to pins. Young man puts her in motion. I like the way this heifer picks him up and sets him down. The young lady with the kind of more of a buff colored heifer that comes out of the second class. She's really, really nice in her type and kind. She's pretty good in her top line. She's adequate in her shoulder. As I comment in class, I'd like to change her head just ever so slightly, and she gets a little bit mature from the top of her crest down into her jawline. Admire this heifer though with her bone work and her footwork and when she puts her in motion. And where this heifer surprised you, the way that heifer, her hair lays into her a little bit flat in her hip. She is a big hipped heifer. She's real wide through the center part of her quarter. And then again, and I'll restate, when we put this heifer in motion, I love the construction from her dew claws to the ground that comes down to the ground and meets in a real big foot. The heifer out of this last class, really nice on the eyes, a good backdrop heifer. She's a heifer that probably as good as she's made. She's good bone. She's pretty good footed. She's probably got a little more condition on her that concerns me just ever so slightly. I'd probably like to take a little of the extra rind off this heifer. But what's good about her is really good. She's stout. You know, you always gotta ask yourself, you know, how stout is she if we burnt a little bit of that condition off her? And that's where I'd start on her. I'd like to take a little of that extra fat out of her udder, and she's starting to develop a little more fat in her chest floor. I'd probably like to lean her up just ever so slightly, but that's a really, in my mind, a really awesome trio of heifers. We'll take one more look and we'll get you moving on.
Well, congratulations over here in your Brayford ring. Your champion will go to back number 150, exhibited by Robert and Carol Mills. And reserve champion goes to back number 118, Danny Boudreau. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll roll right into our F1 show. We'll look for summer heifer calves. Well, congratulations in your mini Hereford ring. Your champion summer intermediate heifer goes to back number 467, Madison Evans with CK Aurora, and reserve champion exhibited by Lucy Carmen with XS She's the One. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now bring in Class 8A Spring Intermediate heifers. And once again, over here in our Brayford ring, we have Class 51 F1 Summer Heifer calves. I would also like to remind all of our exhibitors that if you have cattle up in the sale arena in those white carousels, we need you to remove them at this time. We are trying to prepare for a sale this evening. Once again, if you have cattle tied up in those white carousels up in the sale arena, we need you to remove them at this time. There is a makeup pen right outside of the Jim Norick Arena that you are welcome to tie your cattle in, but if you have cattle in the sale arena, you need to remove them at this time.
As we start off our F1 show over here on the Brayford side of things, we've got a nice female to do that with. One that's really petted and smooth-shouldered. She's very feminine about her head and neck. I like this female with the length of top she's got and how functional she is back through her hip and down through her hock. The female that comes out next in second, the young man's got there, is one that does have the advantage of having more body to her out here today. She's one, as I went back and studied her compared to that class winner, she wants to get a touch weaker right behind her shoulders. We'd like to stouten her up in her bone work just a touch. And the female we round the class off with does have the advantage of being long spine. She's one for me that just gets a touch frail out here today. We'd like to see some more base width in the way she goes. Three nice females and a good way to start off our F1 show. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in your F1 show. First place will go to Clancy Bear with Miss JSDJF. No, it was this word I was looking at. Second place will go to back number 130, Kenner Gaspard. And third will go to back number 127, Clancy Bear. Now in the ring, we will look for Class 52 late spring heifer calves.
A single entry we've got out here in an April calf. One you sure like how much weight per day of age and length of body she's got at this stage in the game. She's in the right kind of condition out here. One that's really up-headed out here, and she's smooth-shouldered. I sure like her from her shoulders back, and you get back to her hip, and it's so long and functional. To go with that, she's sound on her feet and legs. Nice entry. Congratulations to you.
A really nice foursome of heifers here in front of us. The little girl's heifer that wins the class. I think as I compare these two, this was a close placing. I think as I compare these two together, I like this heifer, the way she lays in her shoulder, a little more tidy and a little more feminine, and I like her head just a little better. I think she's a little more refined, a little cleaner in her jawline on the side of her jaw. I think she's just a little fresher and a little cleaner there. Both cattle are really, really good footed cattle, and I'd tell you right out of the gate, this was a close call for me, but I think this heifer is a little more attractive. I like the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. I think this heifer, labors a little more. I think her neck comes out lower out of the point of her shoulder, and I think that cuts back on her mobility just ever so slightly. Good through the center part of her body. Could I change her in her pin set? I could and I would. I'd like to blow her pins apart just a little bit. She narrows up in her pins, but that's just an awfully, awfully nice, good bone, good footed heifer that certainly doesn't disappoint when you put them in motion. I think when we do put this pair of heifers in motion, I think the second place heifer comes out a little straighter from the top of her shoulder to the ground. I'd like to change that angle just ever so slightly, and I'm telling you, it is close. I like her through the center part of her body. I don't think there's quite as much true rib shape and boldness coming out of the top of her spine. I think she gets a little flatter in her cage. I think this heifer is a little more restricted coming right out of her hock. I'd like to see just a little more mobility like the heifer that beats her, and then we can put her in that second hole. The heifer that comes out next reminds me of a second place heifer I had a little earlier in the day. I'm not going to lie, I don't remember what class for sure it come out of. She gets a little rounder in her shoulder and a little rounder in her kind. She gets a little, for slang, gets a little steerier in her overall muscle pattern. While I admit she's probably the biggest muscle cattle in this class, I'd just like to refine that just ever so slightly, make her just a little more feminine. But I do admire the product and quality she moves. You can see specifically on occasion she wants to get up and around on those ankles. I'd like to change that about her. The young man's got a really, really bold heifer here to come in fourth in this class. Again, a lot of muscle. I don't know if she's got quite as much true shape and design out in her hip as the heifer that goes third in this class. But again, that ironically, 1 and 2 was a close call, and 3 and 4 was a close call for me. Those pair fit together really, really good. And type and kind, that type and kind in first and second probably fits me a little more optimum than the 2 in third and fourth.
Really nice female we've got over here to start this class off with on the Brayford side of things in the F1 show. And this female comes out here, and I think she hits you pretty hard. She's one that sure is sound in terms of her feet and legs. You sure like how sappy-middled she is to go with that. She's really classy up through that front end, being so long-faced and long-necked. At the same time, she's smooth at the point of her shoulder. She ties back to a hip that's functional and has the right kind of set to her hip and to her hock, one that I think's awfully nice and really fresh and in the right kind of rig and condition out here for me today. The heifer right behind her is one that's no doubt is smooth-shouldered. She's strong-topped. She's one that's really good right behind her blades. She gives up just a little bit in terms of bone, I think, out here, and she's one that's a little bit steeper in terms of her shoulder and straighter up through her knees and pasterns. Two nice heifers with an awfully good one to start off with. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in your miniature Hereford ring, Class 8A. First place will go to back number 175, Knox Shipley. Second will go to back number 594, Riley Garrison. Third goes to back number 476, Mackenzie Boyer. And fourth will go to back number 474, Jace Cunningham. Now in the ring is Class 8B, Spring Intermediate Heifers. Your final class before we select our champion and reserve champion, Spring Intermediate Heifer. And congratulations over here in your F1 ring, Class 53. First place will go to back number 151, Andon Bassagalopi with Miss Avatar 80/8. And second place goes to back number 144, Delinda Landry with Miss C 101. Now in the ring,
A single entry we've got over here in a February, I believe. One that you sure like how cowy she is and broody she is in terms of her type. Really pulled apart through her chest floor there, and she's got plenty of spring and curvature to the center and lower portions of her rib cage. A female that you study her from any angle out here on the top side of her spine. She reads shapely, but to go with that, she's got the power and soundness to get around the ring. Nice female. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations, Class 54. First place will go to back number 143, Delinda Landry with Miss Lazy R. Claire 100. We'll now bring in Class 55, early junior heifer calves.
Well, we've sure got a stellar heifer to start this class. We've got a really good class. Now, this class is kind of all over the board as far as evenness and likeness and type and kind. That being said, the heifer that wins this class, here's the attribute she's got going for, in my opinion. She's a nice-footed heifer. Not going to say that she's huge-footed, but certainly nice, certainly adequate. Really good in her flex coming out of her hock. Really good in her angles. She's long pastured. She doesn't get coon-footed, but she sets those legs down just nearly perfect. She's really good through the center part of her body. Really like this heifer in the width of her pin set, big loined heifer, and still relatively feminine. You know, I'm not going to try and convince you that she's the most elite front 1/3 heifer that I've seen today, but we're getting up in this age group where I expect these cattle to look a little more mature, and she's certainly acceptable there. That's just an outstanding heifer to start this class with. A problem heifer for me, and I'll admit it for you, is type and kind. I like this heifer that comes in second, the way this heifer is made. I would like to change her in her spine. I'll explain my differences as we go behind this heifer. Phenotypically, she's flat-shouldered. She's extended up through her front end. She wants to roach up and get up in her spine. To me, she's just a little tight spine, just a little high-backed, if you will. I love the way she's designed standing still. And you know what's unique about this heifer, to me, when you get those cattle that are up in the middle of their back, they typically don't go good at the ground, and she does relatively good at the ground. The third place heifer, third and fourth, both heifers, the third place heifer is a little longer bodied kind of cattle, and I appreciate that in cattle. I don't think they got to be long as a well rope, but I do like her body length a little better than the fourth place heifer. She's a heifer that gets maybe a little more mature looking in her head, and I'd like to change that about her. She's a little staler in her shoulder, but she's pretty wide from hooks to pins. Just a really nice complete heifer. And then the heifer that comes out now, just really loaded with red meat. We shorten her body up, and she looks really, really stout. I'd probably like to change her overall dimension. I'd like to lengthen her out. And then when we put her in motion, I wish she was a little more relaxed at the ground. I think it transpires from her hock, from her hock down to the ground. Really, really a nice class of heifers. She's just a little shorter coupled than what I like.
Two January heifers over here, and the one we're going to lead off with out here, I think, is put together and constructed very nice. A female that's got some length of body to her. She's got some extension, very angular up through that front end. Where she hits home for me, I think, is when you study her from the side or any angle, there's just that much more of her, and she's made with a lot more balance and correctness. She's stronger behind her shoulders. She's very functional and stout out through her pin bones and down to her feet and legs. The female at second in the class out here, you sure like the rib shape and the body volume she's got. She's one when you get right behind her, though. She wants to track out a touch base narrow. She gets a nickel shallower heeled out here, and we'd like to stouten her up just a touch. Two nice females. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in your F1 ring, Class 55. First place goes to back number 122, Clancy Bear, and second goes to back number 147, Alex Poole. Over here in the Hereford ring, we have the results of Class 8B. First place exhibited by Ella Weldon. Second place exhibited by Mally Henkus. Third exhibited by Haley Sims. And fourth exhibited by River Raymond. We are now selecting your champion and reserve champion spring intermediate heifers.
Well, as we wrap up this division, we've had some really strong representation of the mini Herefords and some awesome young showmen out here that are just busting their tail and keeping these things showed well. And so the little girl in pink, she's got a really, really nice heifer. I really appreciate the structure and soundness of this heifer. She maybe lacks just a little of the complete wow factor, but that's really good cattle. And as I commented in class, she was a little sharper from the top of her crest down into her jawline, just a little more feminine there, a little more refined, a little fresher through that front 1/3. Really like her through the center part of her body. Love it when this heifer goes in motion, really big-footed heifer. The young lady that shows the deeper red heifer that comes out of the second class in this division, as I talked to her in class, that's just nice cattle there, real good cattle, good through the center part of her body, really bold and pronounced from hooks to pins, good coming out of the backside of her shoulder. Does she possess just a tick of shoulder? Well, I think she does, but when you put that much power and still keep her that feminine, I think you just gotta go with that. So with that being said, she's nice through her front 1/3. She's not just elite neck, but she's really good neck. She's a nice headed heifer. Again, just a really powerful pair of heifers to classify in this division here. Really, really nice pair.
As we come out and pick your champion heifer calf out here in the lineup, I think we've got some really nice class winners out here in front of me in these 5 class winners. The female that's up front here that came out of her first class, when we talked about her when she came out in the ring, so up-headed, and she's one that's so pretty fronted to go with that. She's flat at the point of her shoulder. She's good in terms of her top line and real level back through her pins. Female right behind hers, maybe just a little bit leaner and trimmer in terms of the way that she's made, but I think there's a lot of good there in that female. One that's got some depth to her body out here, one that sure is stout in terms of her pin work. You like how up-headed she is. At the same time, she's real pretty about her features and balances up good. Young man, this is wheeling out here in front of me that came out with your third class winner is one we talked about before in class. She's plenty sappy middled. She's pulled apart underneath in terms of her skeleton. I like how sound-footed she is. She's big-footed. She's deep-heeled. You get right behind her and over the top side of her skeleton. She reads with a lot of power. At the same time, she puts it together in a real fresh kind of a package. The red bald-faced female that comes out of our next class right here is one we talked about how stout she is and how much power she's got to go with it. Real broody in terms of her type and kind. You like the width and thickness. You like the added dimension she's got on the lower 1/3 of her skeleton. And the female that just came out of our last class out here, one that I think's really made right in terms of being balanced and having some power and broodiness about her. She's got a great hip in terms of and how functional it is. She's long and level from her hooks to her pins. She ties that down to the ground on a set of feet and legs that can really get out and go in motion. We'll go out and take one more look. We'll pick you a champion, then we'll get you reserved in this division. If we could, let's put our hands together and give them a round of applause. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations back over here in your miniature Hereford ring. Your champion spring intermediate heifer goes to back number 479, Ella Weldon with FADEGG. And reserve champion will go to back number 475, Knox Shipley with GF Miss 825G. That was class 2, 151, 151. And congratulations over here in your F1 ring. Your champion heifer calf is going to go to Andon Basagalapi with Miss Avatar 80/8. Second place out of Andon's class exhibited by Delinda Landry.
We bring the second place heifer out of that class in consideration for reserve calf out here. She comes back out here, as we talked about her before, one that shows some elevation from her chest floor to the ground. She's got some length of spine, and she's real loose in terms of the way she's put together structure-wise. The heifer that I think pairs up the best for me out here in our calves, and one that I like an awful lot, and I think she's so functional and so broody in the way that she's made, is going to be the female down here on the end. Congratulations to you.
And congratulations, your reserve champion out of your heifer calf division is going to go to back number 147, Alex Poole with Miss AEP 220 Cupcake. Now in the ring will be class 58 out of your F1 show. Back over here in your mini Hereford ring. In just a minute, we will start with class 9A winter intermediate heifers born January 1st through March 31st.
in this March pair of heifers we got in front of us. I'm going to leave these heifers the way they come at us. I'm going to go with a heifer that's a little longer spined, real feminine up through her front 1/3. She's good shouldered. And I think the angles on both ends are a little better on this heifer. She's adequately thick and still incredibly feminine. Got some boldness and shape coming out of the top of her spine. She carries down deep. The bottom of her chest floor matches up real good with the lowest part of her belly. Love the angles. I think where she excels the heifer in second, while I think they're both really, really good in their kind, I think the angle to her hock is better. I think both cattle are really comparable in their foot size, and I think she's really nice and soft at the ground. The heifer that comes out, that will be their second place heifer, while I admire her for her overall power, I think the angles on both ends, given the opportunity, I would want to change her from the top of her shoulder to the ground. She gets a little bit straighter. She wants to turn out specifically on that right front a little bit. She gets a little more restricted, a little straighter in her hock. As a result, she wants to ankle up ever so slightly. Also, if I could change the outside wall on that foot, on that back foot, she wants to roll over just ever so slightly, but just a really, really nice pair of heifers. That's the differences I see in that pair.
Well, over here on the Brayford side of things in the F1 show, we come into our winter heifer calves, and they're all Decembers out here. We've got some differences amongst type and kind. We've got some differences out here, I think, in terms of maturity patterns and where we're at in our growth curve. But the female we're going to start off with out here for me is one that I think is awfully good. She's one that's big-footed, she's big-legged, yet she's still clean in terms of her joints. She gets out here and she struts around the ring with a lot of flex and give off of both ends. At the same time, she's a female that's up-headed. She's really smooth at the point of her shoulder. And then you get from her shoulders back, and she's stout and powerful and burly in terms of her rib shape, one I like an awful lot. Congratulations to you. The second place heifer that comes out right behind her gets a little bit outpowered today in terms of performance and weight per day of age. She's a female, though, that I think is really sound in terms of the way she's put together. She's one you sure like how up-headed she is. She's got some width to her skeleton. She's pulled apart underneath and really uniform in her body depth. She's one for me as you could go back and change her compared to that good class winner. You'd like to stouten her up in her bone work just a touch. The female that comes out next and third does have the advantage. She's got some length of body and length of spine to her out here today. She's got an advantage over weight per day of age. She's one for me if we could go through and change her ever so slightly. She's weaker in terms of her top line. She's one as she gets out and goes. We'd like to see her track out just a touch wider. The female we round the class off with is real lean and trim in the way that she's put together. I like her from a composition standpoint that way. She's one for me when you stand back and you study her over the top side of her skeleton. You get right behind her. You'd like to stouten her up from end to end. Nice set of females out here. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations over here in the mini Hereford ring, Class 9A. First place went to Kason Pudger. Second place to Wyatt McIntyre. And then back over here in your Brayford F1 ring, first place went to Caden Hess. Second goes to Caden Hess. Third, Alex Poole. And fourth, Clancy Abair. That will also be a division, so your champion and reserve champion fall heifer calf exhibited by Caden Hess. Now in the ring is class 62, Summers yearling heifers.
July heifer we've got out here is a single entry as we move into this division. One that's really good on her feet and legs and her running gears. She hits the ground dead even when she tracks. She's one you sure like the elevation from her chest floor to the ground. And then you get past that smooth set of shoulders and how feminine and angular she is about her head and neck. She's one that's burly in terms of her rib cage. She's uniform in that body depth. You get right behind this female. She's set functionally wider in her pin set. We look forward to seeing her back out here a little later. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations back over here in your F1 ring. First place goes to Slade Shove with Miss GS19. That'll also be your division yearling champion. Now in the ring will be in Class 68, late senior yearling females. Over here in your miniature Hereford ring, we have Class 9B, winter intermediate heifers born February 1st through February 15th.
Mid-December heifer that comes out here is a single entry and one that's so pretty patterned and balances up so well. She reads with so much length from her shoulders forward. She's really up-headed and feminine featured about her face and her neck out here. Sound on her feet and legs. She's one that's got a beautiful udder back there and set of teats working for her. She's one that's stout structured to go with that. Awfully nice female. Congratulations to you.
Well, in the description of this heifer that wins the first, I'll tell you the things I admire about this heifer, and there's several. Foot size, angle to her back leg. I think her front shoulder angle is really good, and she's a heifer that's really elongated and really feminine. I love her overall body length. And you know, this heifer wants to get up in her top just ever so slightly. I think she's good enough from hooks to pins. I guess where I would change this heifer, I'd like to explode her and give her some more natural boldness and expression out of the top of her spine. She gets a little flat ribbed, and subsequently she gets a little bit higher in her flank that I think is optimum. But what surprises me about this heifer is phenotypically and feminine, as phenotypically good as she is and as feminine as she is, you get behind her and there's adequate width through the center of her quarter. The heifer actually got some product to her. Love her when she goes in motion. She can certainly do that if I can just relax that spine just ever so slightly. It becomes a little more of a challenge 2, 3, and 4 in this class. I've opted to go with noticeably the biggest bodied heifer in this class. A heifer, as we view her from the top of her spine to the lowest part of her belly, she's really good that way. She's a heifer, as I put her in motion, I'd surely like to make her a little more mobile coming out of that front end. I'd like to change the angle of that shoulder, loaded with power, and still maintains a high enough degree of femininity. We go to a little smaller, quicker frame heifer here to come in third. Really nice young man, does a really good job with her. If I could do, I'd relax her in her tail head just ever so slightly, and then I'd like to, in that front 1/3, just extend her just a little bit more, make her look a little more feminine, a little fresher up through that front 1/3. This young lady with the purple dress on, she does a really nice job. She keeps that heifer's head up nice. She's out here for the duration. She's got a really nice heifer. If I can put this heifer in motion a little better off those back wheels, I think it all starts up in her spine. She wants to get up just a little. Subsequently, she gets a little tight in that hock. If I could change that, I could certainly switch that 3 and 4 placing, but an awesome, awesome set of kids. Nice set of heifers.
Well, in our early senior yearlings over here, we've got a nice September cow and a 2-month-old bull calf at side. And it's always interesting and fun to study these pairs out here. She's got a beautiful udder to go with that. She's holding her own and really staying in condition out here. She's sound, she's stout, she's got some balance and some eye appeal about her. And then she's got a good calf at side. And that's what it's all about at the end of the day. Congratulations to you out here.
Well, over here in your miniature Hereford ring, Class 9B, first place goes to back number 485, Colby Sweeney. Second went to Willa Stanstrom. Third went to 484, River Raymond. And third went to 486, Maddox Shipley. We're now going to select your champion, reserve champion, winter intermediate heifer. And over here in your F1 ring, we have class 25 summer 2-year-old females.
This is our final drive in this division. Got a really complete heifer to win her class and be out here to represent this division. Really good through the center part of her body. Adequate up through her front 1/3. She's a heifer that I think is good enough from hooks to pins. Comes down on real good bone work. Not massive bone, but certainly adequate. I think you get behind her. She's got some true product from hooks to pins. Just a really nice heifer to represent that class. The heifer that fits me type and kind as far as her body length and her femininity, the flatness of shoulder and her femininity up in her head. This heifer does fit me in terms of that. She's big-footed. Her angles are really, really good. And as I admitted in class, she's a heifer that if I could in the real world, and this is the real world, I'd like to give her a little different design to her rib shape. Her depth and her explosion to her rib coming out of the top of her spine. The things I really like about this heifer are the things I've already stated. The things that are surprising about this heifer, as you view her from the side, you get behind her and you think, well, as nice a looking and as good a look, attractive as she is, there won't be as much heifer there as there needs to be, and I certainly don't think that's the case. I would like to level her up from hooks to pins just a little bit, but before I would do that, I would work on the design and the middle shape of her body. I'm going to walk these heifers one more time. I truly haven't decided between this pair, and they don't match each other at all. They're not alike in type and kind, not trying to convince you that they are. I want to see these two go one more time.
Well, on the F1 side of things, we've got another nice single entry over here in a pair. She's got an early January calf at side. Another female that comes out. She's got a lot of life and development to that udder. She's got the right kind of length to her teat size out here and spacing and placement. She's one that comes out here and she's got some performance to her in terms of length of body and weight per day of age. She's really holding her own and holding her rig together out here and good in terms of her running gear. Awfully nice pair to you. Congratulations.
Now over in ring 2, we are selecting your champion and reserve champion senior yearling females. And congratulations over here in ring 1, your champion winter intermediate heifer is going to go to back number 485, Colby Sweeney. And your reserve champion is going to go to back number 482, exhibited by Kaysen Pledger. Now in ring 1, we're going to bring in your senior yearling class.
One of your champion senior yearling division over here, lineup of the F1s. We've got the female that came out of the first class and one that we talked about her before. She's so good-footed. She's got the right kind of shape to her feet. She's deep-heeled, one that tracks with a lot of flex and ease off of both ends of her skeleton. To go with that, she's one I sure like the rib shape and body she's got to go. A lot of spring and shape at the center and lower portions of her cage. You get right behind this female. She's big pin. She's set functionally wider in her pin set, and then she's still lean and trim up through that front 1/3 of her body. The pair right behind her right there is one we noted before in class, a cow that came out that was really productive in terms of raising a nice calf at side. She's got a beautiful udder. She's one that's smooth-shouldered. Another female out here that comes out. She's still athletic in her build. You sure like the fleshing ease she's got to go with that. And the female that came out of our last class out here, that pair with the young January calf at side. Another good uddered female that comes out with some length of body. One I sure like how long and level she is back from her hooks to her pins. I'll take one more look. I'll go out and select you a champion, and then we'll get you reserved. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations, your champion senior yearling female exhibited by pair Claire Bassagalapi with XMS 4T168. And reserve champion's going to go to Braylon Bertrand with JBJ Lady Kodiak. We will now bring in all of your champion and reserves out of your F1 show to select a grand and reserve grand champion, Brayford F1 female.
That one is a mid-November.
So as these come to us in our final division, I'm going to leave these like they come to us. The female that hasn't calved yet, just phenotypically made about as good as you could make one from the knee up. She's really good through the center part of her body. She's a heifer that lays nice in her shoulder. She's nice and extended. I like the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. Really good in her bone work, starting to make some udder. Just really nice heifer, really, really good from hooks to pins. Very nicely presented, a nice footed cattle. The pair, I always like to see them in production, and you know that you can always have the argument, well, you never beat a pair. Well, I don't know if I completely agree with that argument. That's a nice pair of cattle. That cow is doing a really nice job on that. I think she said it was an October calf. Is that what you told me, in October? November? Okay. She's doing a really nice job on that calf. She's got an adequate udder on her. She's a female, the cow I'm talking about now. I'd like to change her the way she comes out of her front end just ever so slightly, but she is doing a nice job on that calf. Her calf causes me a little bit of concern on his angles off of both ends. He wants to get a little straighter in his hock, and I'm not trying to over-evaluate a little bit of baby like that. I mean, and that's what he is. He's a baby. He came to town, and he looks like he's just a little straighter coming out of his front, just a little more restricted at his ankles. And I guess if somebody was talking about a calf that I had here that young, I'd probably tell him to back off just a little bit. So I'm not trying to be incredibly critical of your calf because he is a darn nice calf, and I applaud that cow for doing that kind of job. But I think all things considered, I think I got to go with the female that hasn't calved yet, but that's an awful nice representation of this oldest division.
Well, congratulations over here in your miniature Hereford ring. Your champion senior yearling will go to back number 488, Charlie Kinder, and reserve will go to Dalen Williams. At this time, we're going to bring in all of our division champion and reserves and select a grand and reserve grand champion miniature Hereford female.
Well, as we conclude your F1 show out here today, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure to sort through these cattle from top to bottom out here. I've really enjoyed myself, and as I've said before, as we work through these classes and divisions, the cattle got better and better, and I think we saw so much depth and competitiveness out here. But it's a good set. These cattle are known to go out and have some vigor, work in a lot of different types of environments, and you can see why. They come out here, they're broody, they got some flex and give and soundness to them, and I think they're the kind of cattle that can probably work in a lot of different environments and probably add a lot of value as you go across. It's been a pleasure for me to be here in Oklahoma City the last couple days, and I've said it before, this is one of these pivotal times, I think, in life in this country that we're in, between this pandemic and between politics. The one thing that is for certain in my eyes is when you come out here, you come to this state, agriculture and cattle business is still important. And for me, that's so refreshing coming from California. This is a first-class event. I'd like to thank the crew and staff that invited me out here. This show is ran so smooth. It's one of those ones you stand back, and it's so refreshing to see this thing came together so quick. But to me out here, it's a life-changing event. What happened out here this week in Oklahoma, I think it's positive for all of us around the ring. I think it's positive for the cattle business. Great show. We've talked them all in the class. We've talked them all in division. I'm going to go out and show you the two that I like. Before we do that, let's give them a big round of applause. Proud to be a part of the Brayford breed out here today. Sorton, it's been a pleasure. You got a great set of cattle. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in your F1 show. Your champion is going to go to back number 112, exhibited by Slade Show with Miss GS19. And reserve champion goes to back number 154, Caden Hess with Miss Callian 42. Once again, congratulations to all of our Brayford exhibitors, and a special thank you to our judge, Mr. Matt Leo. At this time, over here in Ring 1, we are bringing in all of your division champion and reserves to select a grand and reserve grand champion miniature Hereford female.
So as we come to the finality of the the junior heifer show, and I know we got steers to do, and but probably got our biggest crowd here, and so I just wanted to say a few words. Bigger and broader than the heifer show itself, as big as that is, and that's simply that you know we've all lived through a kind of a strange year, and it's still not over being strange, I guess. And with that being said, you know, we get Denver canceled, and now we're in Oklahoma City, and I don't want to start naming people because I don't know who all's involved in making those decisions. What I do know is Bob Funk and Gerald Callahan had a huge part in this, and I haven't been asked to mention anybody. I just want them to know how thankful my family and the chatter back in the barn. I don't know if you guys are aware of it. You probably are by now. We're hoping we're coming back to Oklahoma City again next year. I certainly hope we are. Um, and that's not to be derogatory toward anybody else or any other city, but we love the Oklahoma City. We were treated like cattle people, and it was, and I don't know if you fellas know how thankful so many people are that we got this opportunity to come here and exhibit cattle with our family. So beyond that, with you parents, I mentioned it a little earlier today in terms of, I always applaud. I mean, we're at the end of our show career. We're on the short rows of this, and that time went by so doggone fast. And you know, we've seen a multitude of young kids. I think the youngest one I asked how old they were. I think there was a little 3-year-old boy out here. So I applaud everybody in the background that gives these kids this opportunity. There's nothing like kids being around livestock and the work ethic. And you know, I can chatter on and on about that. You've heard it all before, but it's true. So anyway, we're all very appreciative of it. You kids, make sure you tell your parents thanks. Talking about the cattle, it's pretty impressive, this set of cattle. I've judged a couple mini Hereford divisions in a jackpot show, but I've never judged a big show like this. And I was truly I'm not saying this to make just that fuzzy feel-good stuff. I was impressed how the quality of cattle kept coming. I tried to be as pound on structure as much as I possibly can. I like phenotype, I like stoutness, but I like stoutness in a feminine package. And I think so many cattle come before me today that give me the opportunity to put those toward the top of that class. So I'm going to be quiet. I'm not going to talk about every heifer. I've talked about them all day long. I think it's an outstanding lineup. Again, I tried to keep them as good looking, as fresh, as sound as I could, with as much true dimension in them and still be feminine. So with that being said, I'll walk down these cattle one last time. God bless y'all. God bless America. And thanks for being here.
Well, congratulations. Your grand champion miniature Hereford female is going to go to back number 447, Kylan Oaks, with 3K Miss Heidi, 3KO1. Reserve champion in that division was exhibited by Hadley Geiger. And congratulations, your reserve grand champion miniature Hereford female is exhibited by Ella Weldon with FADEGG. Once again, congratulations to all of our junior miniature Hereford exhibitors. We are going to go into our miniature Hereford steer show. We'll be starting with Class 1A junior prospect steers. Well, I think we are about ready to get started with your miniature Hereford steer show. We're going to look for Class 1A junior prospect steers. 4 entries in this class.
Well, as we start our prospect steer show, in comes three in one order, and that's the order they're going to go out in. The little steer that wins the class, he's really made good. These are the lightweight prospects, obviously. He's got a lot of length up to his front end. I think his skeleton is built to go the distance. He's a calf that's good in his top. He's got some natural shape and loin to him. He's good from hooks to pins. Just a really nice calf to start this class. Now, the most powerful muscled calf in the class is the second place steer. You can see that. He's got a lot of shape and a lot of dimension. A couple things I'd want to start as far as the long distance, going the distance on this calf. I'd want to set his tail head down in him a little, and then I want to relax him at the ground. With all that muscle, I refer to a really stout, short, couple-made running back. He just kind of, he isn't as relaxed at the ground as I'd like to see him. Yes, he's got a tremendous amount of power. He's the most powerful steer in the class. I want to change the running gear underneath him, and I want to set and relax that tail head down in his spine just a little different. But a big, big muscled cattle. The calf that's in third is somewhat of a combination of the two, simply that he's really nice neck, like the steer that wins the class. He gives up some muscle shape to the cattle, both cattle ahead of him. He wants to turn out on that front end a little bit. I'd like to give him more true power from his hooks to his pins. Going forward, he may make me wrong, but if I'm going to give up that power, he gets up on his ankles like the steer that stands second in this class. And to me, a lot of times I can be a little forgiving if we got an ultimate amount of muscle, but when we give up the muscle, I can't give up the structure too. So if we can relax him at the ground going forward as a bigger steer, that's a really nice calf.
Well, congratulations in your first class of prospect steers. First place will go to Colton Christensen, second to Hunter Harris, and third to Madeline Ross. Now in the ring is Class 1B.
Well, in this, our second class of crossbred steers, we've got a really nice combination steer to start this class. He's soft aside. These are lightweight cattle, young cattle. Love the structure on this calf. At first when he come in, he was a little hard to read. He was pulling on that nose ring, and you know what they do. They go up in their spine. I think he's a really good spine calf. Where he excels, the couple that I'm going to talk about here momentarily behind him, is his angles are so good. I love his angle behind, and that's all important. If you're going to take him to fat steer status, he's certainly got to have good running gear underneath him. Real nice fronted, nice chested, really good, a lot of quality in his top. Just a really obvious place to start this class for me. Now when they came in, this little steer with more white on him came in ahead of this steer, and I thought, man, there's going to take a really good one to beat this one. And this one is really good. He's not as good in his angles. He's a little stiffer. He's a little straighter coming out of his hock. He wants to get up on his ankles just a little. He's a steer that's not quite as good. He doesn't carry back quite as true in his flank as the steer that beats him. But that is a backdrop, good-looking rascal. I like to change his structure off of both ends just ever so slightly going forward. You can see he reaches around. He wants to camp up and over on those ankles a little. That is one cool dude when you get him parked and standing. The steer that comes out third is likewise another really good steer. I'd like to change his head a little bit. I'd like to, when I get in his underline, he gets a little harsh in his flank. I'd like to balance him up in his underline just ever so slightly. I think he goes good enough at the ground, but I think he's a little stiffer in his hock than what I think is optimum. This little girl here's got a really nice steer here. He gets a little shorter in his hip, gets a little rounder in his shoulder, wants to get up under himself, and a little stiff in his ankles when he gets and goes. He's got a lot of product and a lot of power, a lot of loin in this calf. Really good calf. And then this calf here, he's quite green. He's a little flatter in his barrel. I'd like to see a little more true rib shape to this calf. As I evaluate him the 1 through 4 in this class, he gets a little higher twisted, and then I want to pull him down in his flank and balance him up. Give him a little more power throughout.
Next class in the ring will be Class 1C Junior Prospect Steers.
Well, this is fun looking at these prospect minis because the quality is certainly good. The calf that I'm going to start with in this class really ties together good. Is he perfect? No. And as we talked earlier, there's never been such a thing, at least in my opinion, there hasn't. This calf, I love his top. There's a lot of product in his loin, really nice in his shoulder, lays flat in that shoulder. He comes out of the top of his shoulder really nice and fresh. He does toe out just a little up front, and probably in the perfect world, if you wanted to criticize him, you'd probably like to bring him down in his flank just ever so slightly, but that's a good calf. I think there's a really bright future ahead of that calf. Really nice footed, good at his angles, really good calf. This calf that comes in second is certainly no slouch either. That's a really good calf. I really appreciate his side. He's got some center body. He's got some depth to his body. He's a steer not quite as fresh in his crest and the top part of his neck down into his jawline is the one steer in this class, but I do really appreciate this calf. I appreciate his structure. He doesn't have as much true muscle shape. The thing you really appreciate about that calf that wins this class is he's got nice hair. He don't have an abundance of hair, and they're just true shape from the top of his hip down into his stifle. This calf probably gives up a little. The fact that he's beating his hair and knocking all that hair down isn't helping the situation. This steer that comes out in third, just a meat and potatoes kind of a calf, a lot of meat and muscle under the hide on this calf. He just gets a little plainer. You'll see it as he goes out. You got a really nice calf, okay? He's really practical. I love his depth of side. He's got some meat and power in him. He just gets a little plainer in his navel and his chest and up through his front 1/3. And then to get him any higher today, we got to pick his pin set up. He wants to roll off his hip just ever so slightly. Really good footed, really good bone. In my fourth and fifth place steers, I've opted to go with this steer is just massive, powerful. Now, I'll also admit when you shorten these things up, and he's a little shorter than maybe what I think's optimum in his length of side, they appear to be thicker. So is he much thicker than the deep red one that we'll talk about next? I'm not even sure. When you shorten him up the side, he certainly looks that way. He reaches pretty good. He sets pretty good. He's a calf that's probably a little quicker in his kind than maybe I think is optimum, but really nice calf. And then the young man with the cowboy hat here that's doing a stellar job showing this calf. He's a calf that probably, as I view him, he runs a little out of balance in his underline. He runs to his chest floor, probably at the top of his shoulder. He runs downhill just a little. And as I talked to a few heifers today, I'd like to give him a little more true rib shape and explosion away from him, but an awfully nice class of 5 prospect steers.
Well, congratulations over here in Class 1C. First place to go to back number 242, Addison Poe, and KLD's Callie's Rebels 027. Second place goes to back number 501, Legend Cooper. Third place will go to Hetty Walker. Fourth goes to Gentry Flanders. And fifth will go to Sutton Stelzer. Now in the ring will be Class 1D in your Junior Prospect Steer Show.
Again, not to sound like a broken record, but we got an awesome class of prospect steers in front of us again. Quite honestly, when they came in, you always go, a lot of times your first look is the look you stay with. Not always. And that was the case here. I actually thought when they come in that my second place steer would go first in his class. And I'll tell you in a second what I love about that steer, and I'll also tell you why I put him in second instead of using him to win this class. The steer that wins the class, he's a really a long-bodied steer. Love this calf through the center part of his body. He's really good out in his hip. He's good up through his front end. His angles are better off both ends than the steer that goes second in this class. I'll tell you what's deceptive about that steer. When he came in, I liked the dickens out of him, but I didn't think he'd have as much true shape and muscle out in his hip because he was awfully good looking from the side, and oftentimes that does not go hand in hand. So he's a really good footed calf. His angles are good. Would I stand out here in front of y'all and try and convince you that I think he is perfectly structurally sound? I'd like to change his relaxed look when he gets and goes, but I think his angles are better as he stands there, and I think that's an awfully good calf. The calf that goes second in this class, muscle. This calf he's got more muscle probably than the steer that goes second. He's a little shorter sided. This calf causes me a little concern. Now, if you get him to the backdrop and get him set up properly, even against that steer, if you're not here, they're going to think, well, I think I'd have switched that pair. And I beg to differ. I think this calf has got a tremendous amount of quality. I think his angles are a little suspect on both ends. Now, I hope I'm wrong for the sake of this young man going forward. But as he goes, he wants to get up and tighten his spine. He gets a little straight from the top of his shoulder going to the ground, in my opinion. And he specifically is pretty straight in his hock. So you'll see him when he goes out. He wants to reach out around with that hind leg. Why that causes me concern is going forward. So when you show him as a market calf, if we got him with enough mobility that he can get the job done. Then we got a steer here that's really complete in third. He's a steer as I view him to first and second. Just doesn't have as much true shape out of the top of his spine. He's a little flatter in his hip. He's a little flatter in his rib, but that's a good calf. Phenotypically, he's really nice. He's really well presented. The young man does a great job showing him. He's just a really nice calf. He doesn't maybe have that wow factor. And as you can see, he gets a little tentative at the ankles, reaches out around. My theory on this, if I'm going to give up a little muscle, which times I'm willing to, but they got to be ultrasound. If I don't have to push as much muscle, I certainly would like to see him a little more relaxed at the ground. I think he's just a little narrow-footed on that back foot, causes him to roll just a little. And then a calf that comes out here, this long-bodied calf, that's a good cattle. He's got some true muscle shape and design. If I'm going to get him any higher on those three, I got to get a little more phenotype look to that calf. He gets a little wasty in his chest. He's a little staler-headed looking, a little wasty in his sheath, but just good cattle throughout.
Well, congratulations in your mini Hereford ring, Class 1D Junior Prospect Steers. First place will go to Weston Simpson. Second place also goes to Weston Simpson. Third goes to Chisholm Setzer. And fourth will go to Daxton Williams. Now in the ring will be your final class of Prospect Steers.
So what a nice way to wrap up the prospect steer show with this single entry in the final class of the day. You know, you've heard me talk a few times a day in the heifer show and the few steer class. I like cattle with some length of body, and this calf certainly covers that. He's really nice in his body length. He's good from hooks to pins. He's good in the middle part of his body. And then the part that I think that I admire the most about this calf, with the power and dimension he's got. I mean, he's not overwhelming, but he's certainly beyond adequate. I love the foot on this calf. I love the bone work. And when this young lady puts him in motion, he goes as good as any head of cattle I've seen here today, heifers and steers. So that's a really nice way to wrap up our prospect classes.
And congratulations in Class 1E. First place goes to back number 510, Headley Geiger with EFC Whiskey Glasses. We'll now bring in all your first and seconds out of your prospect steer show and select a champion and reserve champion prospect steer.
So as we wrap up the prospect division in the mini Herefords, the little steer that wins the first division or the first class, excuse me, just real complete. Not doesn't blow you away anywhere. He beat a steer in the class that was thicker than him, but I think longevity wise goes in the distance and hoping for a really good market steer. To me, he's still, after viewing the two against each other, to me he's the choice for me. The little steer that comes out of the second class, the little girl's got the steer with the nose ring, and so one thing I'd explain to anybody in the bleachers is, if you see me talking to someone, you know, I judged a show one time and I got criticized afterwards. It was a junior show for talking to the kids, and I said, if you don't want me talking to your kids, don't hire me. I said, this is a junior show. I don't know who these kids are, but I asked the mom if when they lead this steer, if they not pull on his nose ring, because I couldn't tell. Anytime you pull a bull, if you watch a bull show, if you yank on that nose ring too much, you can't tell what they're doing in their spine. So that was the conversation we had, because I really like this steer. There's so much to like about him. He's good topped. He's good out in his hip. Is he just a little high flanked? Yes, he is, just ever so slightly. He's fresh fronted. He's fresh chested. And then when he goes in motion, when they wouldn't pull on that nose ring, he did so quite well. The young lady with the steer that comes out of the third class, as I bragged on him in class, he's big loin, big muscle, big in his hip. He goes in motion good enough. I would like to change him. I'd like to drop him down in his flank, but man, I appreciate his freshness of chest, his freshness of neck going forward with his calf. Nice bone calf, sound calf. And then the calf that comes out of the fourth class, as I talked him, I beat a really nice steer that I said his angles were just better. This is a steer that's a little deceiving to me. He's a steer that gets a little bit, he's very, very good looking, excuse me, but when you get behind him, there is more steer there than what I would expect. He's a nice bone. He's a good-footed calf. That's a really good cattle, too. And then the bigger steer, I think they said he weighed 760. I think you can go to the 800-pound weight. This calf here is unique in that he's really good through the center of his body. He's big-ended calf. He's nice up through his front end. I could watch this calf walk all day. To me, this is what God meant, how God meant for cattle to travel. Now, that's just single trait in one, I agree. But I think that is what God intended when he intended for cattle to be structurally sound. He's big-footed, he's long-pastured, he's good bone, he's clean-jointed. And when he gets and goes, he just fills his stride. He sets everything down right. You know, he does have a little weight advantage, but with all that being said, I'm gonna walk and pick your champion reserve prospects. This was quite an impressive division.
Well, congratulations, your champion prospect, Hereford steer, is going to go to Hadley Geiger. And congratulations, your reserve champion prospect steer will go to back number 504, Devery Darbon with Darbon North Spa. We are now going to start with your market steer show. We'll start with Class 2A in your market steers.
So as we evaluate our first class of market steers, as in many situations today, it's a good way to start out the division. And when you got one this nice to look at, it's just really good cattle here. He's really big bone. You know, he's big up high, and he carries right down to his stifle. You get in front of him, he's got some chest width, he's got some real power, yet he's a show steer. He has some show ring presence. He's big-footed cattle. Love the way from the top of his hip up by his loin, the top of his head, he carries down to his stifle. And then when you ask him to go in motion, he can do so quite handily. Then we get to the second place steer, and this steer, and I don't know, he labors a little when he goes. I think his angles, if I'm comparing him to the first place steer, he wants to get up in his top a little, and he's just a little higher flanked than the steer that beats him, but that's an awfully, awfully good calf. I think he's a little straight-fronted myself, so if I could, and I'm going to go exactly against what I said all day, I think I wouldn't hold that head quite so high, because I think he struggles out of his front end, and it causes him to look a little straight-fronted, in my opinion. But that's an awfully, awfully good calf. Doesn't carry as true into his flank as the steer that beats him, but that's an awfully, awfully good one. The one that beats him is exceptional in his lower 1/3 makeup. This one here gives up just a little to the him, but he's certainly adequate. The young lady with the steer in front of me, just really, really good as you view him. He sets down in his pins just ever so slightly when I compare him to 1 and 2. When I evaluate that calf from his loin forward, there really isn't a lot I want to change about that calf. He is really, really good, fresh up front, got some longevity ahead of him to make him an end point fat steer. As I said, he gets up in his flank just ever so slightly, and he gets down in his pins a little bit, but that's a really good cattle. From his loin forward, he can run with the 2 that beat him in this class. the young man with the the steer that goes fourth in this class, he gets a little flatter rib for me. He runs up into his flank just a little. I guess if I was going to change him, what's surprising about this steer has an abundance of muscle. He's fine that way. He gets a little short and choppy in his movement. I'd like to change that about him. He's big enough footed and his angles seem good. I think he runs a little out of balance. He runs up into his flank and down into his lower chest floor. And then I'd like to camp that tail head down and make it a little more attractive. You can see he's a little tentative off those back wheels when he goes.
Well, congratulations over here in your mini Hereford ring. We have the results of our first class of market steers. First place goes back number 519, Madison Evans. Second place goes back number 520, Braden Isbell. Third goes back number 522, Kennedy Klein. And fourth will go to Landon Watson. Now in the ring is Class 2B of your market steer show. There'll be 4 entries in this class.
So in this class, this is I or two before in the heifer show that is nice a class from top to bottom that's been out here. And in the steer drive, there's not an average steer in this class. They're really good. This is how I opted to separate these cattle. The calf that wins the class, he is unequivocally the combination calf in this class, in my opinion. He's nice sided. He's freshened up through his front. He's good footed. He's good in his angles. Is he the most massive powered steer in the class? No, he gives up a little to the second place steer, quite honestly, as far as true muscle shape and design, but he's certainly adequate. He carries down into his stifle real good through the center of his body. To me, he's an obvious choice to start the class with. I really like this steer with a little more prominent white on him than the calf that wins the class as far as true muscle shape and design. I think he's a little steep in his shoulder. He's big topped, he's big loin. I definitely want to start, if I'm going to reconstruct this steer, I want to start in his pin set. He's quite sloped in his pins. I want to pick them up quite drastically to get him into that top spot. But that's a really, really good calf. I really appreciate his freshness up through his front end. I know we're in a market division, but these cattle still got a ways to go. And I really appreciate that about him. If I can change him, I got to pick that pin set up and I got to set him back in an angle on that front shoulder. The little gal that's got the steer that stands in third, as I evaluate him against 1 and 2, he doesn't balance up and his underline is good. He's a calf that gets in motion and does so handily. He gets a little down in his loin when he goes. He's big-ended. He's got a lot of shape out in his hip, and I really appreciate that about him. The young lady steer here that comes in fourth, only because I asked her, I didn't know, but she said this calf's name is Brother. I like the name. He's a steer. He's just probably at this stage of the game, he's probably a little staler in his overall makeup. There's a little more maturity in that chest floor up in the front 1/3 of that calf. I do admire and appreciate when we put this calf in motion. He can certainly do so. Runs just a little out of balance, but there is not an average steer in that class. That was a hard class to sort simply because they were all pretty darn good.
Well, congratulations in Class 2B. First place will go to Lacey Melton. Second place goes to Trevor Evans. Third to Olivia Jones. And fourth to Gentry Flanders. Now in the ring will be Class 2C in your Junior Market Steer Show.
folks, we got a really nice calf to start this class. Just really fresh up through his front 1/3, adequate, really good coming out of the backside of his shoulder. He's a big loin calf. Is he the most powerful hip calf we've seen today? No, he probably sets down in his pin set just ever so slightly, but I'm not making excuses for anybody's cattle, my own included. Whenever you got a nose ring in them things, and I understand it, I got no problem with there being a nose ring, but they always seem to me like they're a little tentative the way they go, and they want to drop those pins just ever so slightly. But that's a really nice calf, young lady. You do a really good job showing him. You got you a good calf. They're really fresh in his head and neck. I like the future of this calf going forward. He's not only a good, what I call these cattle progress steers. I know they're in the market division. Me, they're not prospects and they're not market cattle yet, but I like the future of this calf. When he gets out and goes, once in a while, he'll strike me as being just a little tentative on that left ankle, but I'm nitpicking. That's an awfully, awfully nice calf. Then we go with a really big muscled calf here in second. Love this calf out of the back of his shoulder. He's a wide loin, prominent out through his loin. When I rate him against the steer that wins the class, he doesn't carry back into his flank quite as well. And then as I pack all that muscle in that calf, I want him to move a little, even though he's got all that muscle, and you got to be a little forgiving on that, I feel, although that's one of my biggest pet peeves is when they get up on their ankles, and he wants to do that ever so slightly. But you got an awfully, awfully good calf, and he is loaded with red meat, and I really appreciate that. You done a great job showing him. He's well presented. He's big bone. He's good footed. I wish when he went in motion, he had a little more true flex to his hock, but a really good calf. Young lady, you got a big, big bodied calf here, and for that, I really appreciate it. He's deep sided. When I get him in motion, I think he labors a little more when I compare him to the first two. I think he labors a little more out of his front end. I wish he was a little sounder. Good hoof trimming on this calf could make a world of difference, and maybe lean him up a little. He's getting a little more mature in the top of his crest in his front 1/3. You got an awful good calf. He's as big a bodied as any calf in this class.
Well, congratulations over here in ring one. First place will go to Katie Demukes. Second will go to Caden Isbell. And third goes to Tylen Foreman. Now in the ring will be Class 2D Junior Market Steers. This is your final class of Market Steers before we select our champion and reserve.
Well, this was an incredibly fun class to sort right here. Got an outstanding class of steers from 1 through 4. That being said, this top pair of steers, they're really exceptional. The steer that I've opted to start with, both steers are exceptional, fresh through the middle part of their body, tremendous rib shape and rib depth. They're fresh enough up through their front 1/3. The steer that I've opted to start with, I think this steer, where he has to go over the top of the second place steer. I think both these steers are adequate in their movement. I think there's a little more true product from the top of this one's hip down into his stifle, into the lower 1/3 of his body. Both steers are real good in their chest floor. This steer in particular is real good in his movement. He's a steer that's still fresh up through his front 1/3. Just a really, really good cattle. He's big loin cattle, a lot of meat and product. And as I said, I think the deciding factor for me on that pair of steers is true shape and design in the lower 1/3. Awesome pair of steers, awesome foursome of steers. Truly it is a really nice footed cattle. The steer that comes second is a steer I don't think he has quite as well. I think the first one is really good. I don't think this steer has quite the true shape and design coming out of the top of his spine pertaining to his rib shape. He's a steer when I put him in motion, he's a little narrower chested, and he certainly doesn't have quite the product as the steer that comes in first in his class in his lower 1/3. Am I calling it inadequate? Not at all. But as I compare him to the two, I think there's more hip and more lower design in the lower 1/3 of this calf. Two outstanding steers. Young lady here, and I told her, I said, this is probably not something you want to practice at the show. This becomes a different head of livestock when she gets him parked and puts his top down. That's really, really good calf. I think what separates him from 1 and 2 is this calf has got as much muscle shape and design as 1 and 2 on the top side of his skeletal. That is to be sure. He's a calf when I compare him to 1 and 2, I wish he carried back into his flank just a little better. Whoever fit this calf did a phenomenal job. This young lady does a phenomenal job showing him. I think if we could get him trained to get that top down a little, it would probably drop that flank. You can see what I can see. That calf can walk with the he goes in motion, he feels his stride, he keeps his ankles down. Just really a good calf. And then this young man coming out fourth in an incredibly, I'm not saying that to make you feel good, young man. This is a tough class, okay? You got an awfully good steer. Like the steer that just went out ahead of you, I don't know if there's as much true shape and design in his top as the one that went third, but they're certainly adequate. He doesn't balance up even quite as nice as the third place steer in terms of he runs up in his flank, but I just said that about that calf, but this one runs a little deeper into his chest floor, and so that throws him just a little out of balance. It sounds like I'm throwing some criticism your way. I'm just trying to let you know how I see these cattle 1 through 4. That was truly an outstanding set of 4 steers.
Well, congratulations. Your final class of market space exhibited by Ella Weldon. Second place went to Callan Kinder. Third place went to Katie Demukes, and fourth went to Chisholm Setzer. Now in the ring, we'll select your champion and reserve champion market steer.
Well, as we wrap up the cattle end of it, we still got some kids and showmanship to do, and I'm well aware of that, and we need to keep moving along here. But we're just going to go through these cattle real quick. This steer that comes out of the smallest class in the market division couldn't be designed a whole lot better. Just really nice in his overall body makeup. You know, he's still got a ways to go. Again, like I stated earlier, I consider him a progress steer in terms of, you know, we're rating this as market steers, and he's not market ready yet, but because he probably missed the weight, right, for a prospect. What does he weigh? Anyway, that calf is designed as good as you could make one. Uh, Runs a little bit up in his flank, maybe if you were to criticize. Really good bone. Young lady does a really nice job. The second place steer, I think I rated him as a combination calf in this division. He's probably doesn't have the true shape and design coming out of the top of his spine, but he is a calf that's really hard to pick a real major hole and a major flaw in. He does have a little more shape and design when you get behind him than what you expect. He is just a tick flatter ribbed than the cattle on either side of him. The steer that comes out of the fourth class, really a nice calf, really well presented. From his loin forward, he has no rivals, and I mean, he's as good as any steer out here. I would like to set him up in his pins just ever so slightly and maybe drop him down in his flank, but that's really, really good cattle, really good bone, good footed, really fresh looking, just a nice calf. And then the young lady that comes out of the biggest class, she was in a really tough class of steers. I guess I don't even remember what the weight was on this calf, but he's really big up high. And what's so impressive about this calf is when you get him to this stage of the game and get him toward his end point, he's really good in his structure at the ground. He's really flexible in his hock. And then what separated him from the second place steer, as good as he was, I think there's just more true shape and design. Maybe not so much up in his hip. I think they were dead even equal there. I think he carried it down into his stifle just a little better. I'll make one more walk through these cattle. This was one impressive set of calves.
Congratulations, your champion market steer is exhibited by Ella Weldon with BGB Gusto. Second place in Ella's class was exhibited by Kaylin Kinder. And reserve champion is going to go to Callan Kinder with CK Shadow 814. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors, and we'll get started here with showmanship. We'll be looking to start with your pre-juniors. These are 3 to 7-year-olds. Class 1A pre-juniors. Well, once again, we're going to get started with showmanship here in your miniature Hereford ring. We'll start with your pre-junior class. Once again, we're going to get started here with showmanship in the Jim Norick Arena. All of our mini Hereford exhibitors, please make your way to the holding pens so that our ring staff can check everyone in who's going to participate in showmanship. Once again, we're going to start here with showmanship. Whether you are a pre-junior, a junior, or senior, please make your way to the show ring.
So, folks, I'm well aware that judging showmanship is different than the cattle simply from terms of this is personal. This is somebody's granddaughter, somebody's daughter, little sister. I get it. I've lived it. This little gal that's going to win this class, we're picking a champion in reserve. And these two little ladies are going to be your champion in reserve in this order, of course. This little gal here, she kind of got it figured out, as does some behind her, and we'll talk about them. I'm not going to talk about the whole class. I am a believer in to the victor goes the spoils. I don't agree with trophies or giving trophies just because you participated. I know they're going to give ribbons to these, and I'm proud as heck that they're out here. I mean, it's been a long day for the adults, certainly for these little kids trying to keep the heads up on these cattle. She did an awesome job getting her steer parked. She's got some savvy going on. She does a really good job. The little girl in what I'd call a purple sweater, she also does a good job. I think the deciding factor for us is we got to cut, and in case you're a parent and wondering, well, why'd my kid stand third instead of second or first, whatever. So we'll just tell you, this little gal, she pulled up the place. When we asked her to, we had to ask many of them to move up into the spot that got voided in front of them. But she not only pulled her up in the spot, she also put the top down. She realized that was something that needed to be done, and she did it. So, and those are little things that separate the kids, especially at this age. Then we get down to the little gal, likewise, the little girl in third, the pink vested girl. She did an awesome job. She's really wary of where those feet are at, and then she parks that top down like it needs to be. She wants to give us the best look she absolutely can. So she does an awesome job there, and we've got them placed. The little girl with the green sweater, I love her effort. Thank you. She's got a little bigger calf in this lineup, and she is bound and determined that she's going to keep that head picked up. And she's worked her tail off. And it was between her and the little girl in the purple. And quite honestly, we just decided, I mean, you can flip a coin. You can flip a coin on down the line. I get it. But we got to make decisions out here. And that little girl, nobody outworks her. Work ethic. Even the little gal that wins the class, she's got work ethic. She wants that head up, and by golly, she's not going to have it any other way. So I appreciate all that and all her efforts. And more than that, I appreciate you parents sticking in here this late in the day. Like I said, I've raised kids. I know they're tired and they get a little irritable. But the fact that they're even out here yet at this stage of the game impresses me. So, and as we go down the line, actually, all we need on these kids is a little more mileage, if you will. They need a little more ring savvy, kind of aware of what's going on out here, pulling their cattle up in place. I talked to a lot of kids today about putting their tops down. If anyone was offended by that, don't be offended. I just want your kids to do it as good as they can do it. So with that being said, this was an awesome group of kids.
Well, congratulations to all of our pre-junior exhibitors. And at this time, we're going to bring in your junior showmanship class. Once again, at this time, we'll be bringing in your junior showmanship class. These showmen are ages 8 to 13. And congratulations in your pre-junior showmanship. Your champion went to Ella Weldon and reserve champion to Cayman Pledger. Once again, now we will be bringing in all of your junior showmen.
So, folks, just so you're aware of what's going on, this is the first heat of two in the junior division. We're going to keep these three kids out of this heat to let them come back. Now, just because you're standing first doesn't guarantee you're going to beat these kids next time or vice versa. You could still win. I mean, it's a whole new game when you come back, okay? We're going to get 7 more kids in here to wrap up this junior division, and then we'll bring you 3 kids back. The other kids, what I would suggest in this division, you know, we're really forgiving on those pre-juniors, but when we get to juniors, one thing that I'm probably not quite as forgiving on is once somebody pulls out, if you're standing head to tail and somebody pulls out, you kids are getting old enough now. Once somebody pulls out, you need to fill that gap. Pull your calf ahead. That's what cost you a second, okay? You did it, but you waited a long time. So as soon as you got to be ring wary enough when somebody pulls out in a head to tail lineup, when they pull out, you pull up close because the judge wants to evaluate the cattle against each other. So it's your job to fill that gap, okay?
Well, congratulations at this time. We're going to bring in our next heat of junior showmen. Those 3 showmen that Mr. May pulled out will be coming back to join us. We're going to bring these showmen in, and he will make another sift, and then we will select a champion and reserve champion junior showman.
So it's amazing how fast we move up the the ladder on ability as we go. You know, we're still in the junior division, and we got some outstanding showmen throughout here. Just some subtle difference. We're going to keep these three, and again, I would remind you three, not in any particular order. I mean, this is the order they are in this particular class. That doesn't mean you can't come out and whip the person that beat you this time, but it's a new game when we start over. But with that being said, these three exhibitors got probably just a tick more ring savvy as far as getting them in position, realizing that, hey, once you get those feet set, you need to get those tops down and get those cattle parked and presented, fill the gap when the gap presents itself. A few of the kids down here, what I would say is, you know, they get their calf set up, and then one of my biggest pet peeves when they teach showmanship to kids is, you know, they tell them, make sure you watch the judge. And I wish they'd go on with that story and say, know where the judge is at. But you know, it's almost irritating as a judge, and I'm not talking about any kid in this class, but I saw it a few times today where kids were, they were zeroed in on me and their calf was standing real awkward, top was up, feet were out of place. And it's not the parents' fault, it's not the kid's fault, but it's what we get drilled in our head. Make sure you watch and smile at the judge. Well, that's frustrating to me. If I came to town to judge your cattle and you've come all this way to show your cattle, I think they should have started over back whenever they started that nonsense of just watch the judge and smile and say, set your calf up and know where the judge is at. So these kids are real good at it. As we got down the line, a few of the kids had their cattle, their front ends were out from under them, splayed out up in the front end, and they were watching Lauren or I. So with that being said, that's just the minor differences in this class. So we're going to bring these three back with, I think, four we kept out of the last class. We'll get you your champions out of this division. So as we wrap up this division, folks, for the junior division, this is a half a dozen really, really good showmen. They're aware of where their feet placement is. They space their cattle nice. They change leads nice before they park them. A couple things I'd say. We're going to pick the top two. That's all we're supposed to pick. The girl in the front, she gets the bravery award simply because anybody that shows cattle knows that you don't want to be the first one in the ring. And so I specifically asked that question. Was she required to come in first, or did she just choose to come in first? And so not only would I give her the bravery award, I'd also give her the sportsmanship award, because I don't want to be first in the ring. If I got a choice, I don't want to be first, because there's nothing for your cattle to follow in terms of that. And so I applaud her for being that good a sport, because you never know, truthfully, if your calf's going to lead. Even if they're a good leader, you don't know if they're going to lead that good. So I applaud your sportsmanship in taking that role and just coming in first, because that's not the position I want to be in. So anyway, the young lady in the second place, she's stellar. I mean, she gets it. She's got ring savvy. She sets top. She watches feet. She's calm on the halter. She doesn't. She's a tall girl, and she doesn't fight and prove who's the toughest. She just does. I like the way you handle your halter. I like the way you set your calf up. Likewise, the young man in the black shirt, you do an awesome job too. Same thing. You know, we can say it. We can just about be redundant and say it about all the kids. As we got down the line, we didn't fill some spaces a little earlier, and you know, as a judge, you remember that. One thing I would tell you kids, just quickly here, and then we're going to pick two and we're going to move on. When you're out here judging, so you just need to know this, because you're going to show to a judge, you almost know 10 yards into the ring which kids are going to surface to the top. Okay, you just do it. That the calves, they fit the kid. Sometimes you have to look to see where the calf ends and the kid starts, so to speak. That's a little bit of an exaggeration, but a judge knows that. Not very many steps in the ring. So when you guys hit the ring, you need to be game on, because like I said, it's a short period of time that we're evaluating this situation. So Lauren and I talked about it. We're in total agreement. I mean, I can say whatever I want on this mic, but we are in total agreement on the number one and number two, and it's pretty doggone close. But we're gonna pick them, and we'll move on to your senior division. So hats off to you kids. I know it's late in the day. We're gonna wrap this up and move on.
Well, congratulations. Your champion junior showman is going to go to Brenna Thorson, and reserve champion will go to Wyatt McIntyre. Once again, congratulations to those showmen. We'll get started with your senior showmanship. This will be your final class here of your miniature Hereford show.
So as we wrap up the 2021 Oklahoma City Junior Mini Hereford Showmanship, folks, Laura and I have enjoyed being here today. We've met a lot of good kids and some really, really good cattle. And as we wrap it up here in the senior division, and you know, it's typical no matter what breed you're judging showmanship in. It seems like the lesser kids come out in that senior drive, but we've got an awesome set of kids here. The girl that's showing the bull that's going to win the division, we just like the way she filled her slot. She set her bull and then she put his top down, and then she'd watch us. But after she'd watch us, she'd look at her bull again. I mean, it wasn't just, let's watch the judge now that I think I got my bull parked, because they can move on you and you don't even know they've moved. And so I really appreciated, she's got a lot of ring savvy, and she stayed in the game the whole time. The young lady and young man in second and third, we tossed it back and forth. We really like the way you handled your halter. We like the way you look at your feet and you lead her into it, and then you pop that top just a little. We like the way you hold your halter in front of her. Good job. Young man right behind her, when we first come in, I mean, we talked to him. We were discussing things. You do an awesome job. One thing I'd like you to do, though, as a senior, that gap got made in front of you. If there was a gap there, you weren't filling it, and when you were filling it, you weren't completely filling it, okay? I think you should only leave about 6 feet between you and the calf in front of you. And so I'd like you to fill the gap when it empties, and even when you do, pull up a little further. But you do a really nice job. Young lady, you're really relaxed. I think you might have a cast on your arm or something. When you first walked around, I said to Lauren, she holds her halter funny, but then I think I realized you had something on your wrist. So at any rate, really, really good. Young man with the heifer, the tall young man. I want you to fill that gap a little quicker also. When it empties, you need to be aware that it emptied, just so the judges can compare the cattle closer. They want to see those cattle close. And the young lady coming out now, you do a really good job. I think you just need a little more miles in the ring. And your heifer was wanting to act up as we got later in the game. So really a good set of seniors to wrap up the day.
Well, congratulations. Your champion senior showman goes to Hannah Hogan, and reserve champion to Samantha Tucker. Once again, congratulations to all of our exhibitors in your miniature Hereford show, and a special thank you to our judge today, Mr. Bob May of Mineral Point, Wisconsin.